All right, this is going to be part 2, likely the final part of the set review for Murders at Karlov Manor. If you didn't watch the first one, it's up on the YouTube. You can find it. This will, I believe, all of the commander decks have been officially previewed. One of them was previewed with yours truly. We got the Demir one, whose name escapes me. I'll come out right now and say this, having played with all the decks, they're great. This commander deck, cycle commander decks, felt like just a powerful. Why isn't the YouTube command working? Oh, there we go. It's catching up. It felt like a powerful return because I thought the LCI commander decks were really good. In fact, potentially too focused, but that happens anytime you have like a kindred deck. Is that kindred decks tend to be linear and snowbally, whereas these themed decks, because is everyone out? I don't want to spoil anything, but are all 4 decks released? Everything's out. Great. They're fucking phenomenal. Do you know how much joy I was filled with when, spoiler alert, I played the Naya deck and I drew Exalted Angel? Oh my god. For the first time in a while, I'm going to pick up that Naya deck. I'm gonna grab that Naya deck. I'm gonna strong arm myself to get a copy of that. That deck slapped. That Boros deck as well. I mean, I might just try to cut a deal to get the entire group of them because they kick ass. They are extremely well themed. Yeah, Krosan Cloud Scraper's in it. Krosan Colossus is in it. Just all the cards from my childhood and revamped cards that are perfect for Commander. I think that my general thoughts on Disguise and Cloak are positive, and I think that they are great. The ones that they have for Commander are incredible. Yeah, we'll talk about the Commander cards too. So the way that this usually works is that we go through the main set, then I'm going to go through the Commander set, and we'll go through the Ravnica Clue and Cluedo set. We go Wooburg, we talk about the cards that are going to be through the lens of Canadian Highlander, Gladiator, and then Cube/Commander, kind of, just talk about neat stuff. I'm mostly just talking about the good cards or the cards that people want me to talk about. There are some that I will skip because we've already talked about them. And yeah, there's some rules, but they'll probably know the rules by now, hopefully. There aren't that many new ones. I guess this is the first new one I wanted to talk about. Case of the Uneaten Feast. 1 white enchantment. It's a case. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 1 life. And to solve, you have to have gained 5 or more life this turn. And when it is solved, you can sacrifice this case. Creatures in your graveyard gain, you may cast this card from your graveyard until end of turn. Again, cases are a little awkward, but basically you fulfill this, and if you have fulfilled this requirement at the end of your turn, the case becomes solved. This is very good in exactly 1 deck. It's a perfect card for Ruin Your Evening. Typically, you want the life gain in that deck to be associated with the Soul Wardens, but this being 1 mana makes it a little bit better. Like a Johnny's, Johnny's Presence or something? There's a 1 mana card that does exactly the first line of text. There's probably a couple. Cleric class might do it too, but this is wild. Like, Cleric class is very mana intensive. Oh no, Cleric class doesn't even do what I want. Cleric class, yeah, never mind. This card just with Luris. Oh my god. This card with Lurrus is absurd. I'll grab it. Yeah, really easy to gain 5 or more life this turn, in a turn. And then sacrificing it to then cast any number of creatures from your graveyard. Because they're all cheap, the games go long. It's great. You still get the top effect when this is solved. Mind you, if you want to take advantage of the solved portion, you obviously have to sacrifice it. So yeah, exactly one deck where you can play this, and it's quite good in that deck, I would say. Maybe some other versions of Ruin Your Evening, like the green-white version that has like a combo kill package, could maybe consider playing this, because it's nice. Like the ability to rebuy combo pieces is going to be more enticing this than like rebuying engine pieces, because you are going to threaten to kill your opponent if this goes off, and because there's a sense of urgency for them to get those cards off the table or else they die. But yeah, big fan of this card in, you know, one spot. How do I do this? That's how I do this. We talked about, oh fuck this fucking card. Okay, I'm gonna leave this card on stream while I go grab my tea. Okay. Doorkeeper Throw. 1 and a white for a 1/2. For a throw with flash and flying, and artifacts and creatures entering the battlefield don't cause abilities to trigger. I think that this card is the first time that this style of card is really playable. I'm going to cover the downsides real quick. And I'm going to talk about why I do think it's playable. And I understand that Hushwing Griff, in Canadian Highlander at least, and like I imagine for Gladiator, you would consider playing Hushwing Griff at the very least. And some of these Death and Taxes, White X, Annoy You, dot deck sort of thing. Oh, Linus Co. back for the 19th month. Kratz in response to Case of the Uneaten Feast. Maybe in Gladiator. I don't think so in Highlander. I think it's too slow to get set up for in Highlander. Just unnecessary. But thank you for all the support. Glad to have you. Good to see you. So why I like the... I'll talk about why I like this card and the downside. Why I like this card as opposed to the other ones. The Stern Proctor... comes up, and Stern Proctor and Tecotli, no, not Stern Proctor, Stern, what's the card called? The white one from Strixhaven that you combo with Lotus Field? Stern something. Strict Proctor. Ah, Strict Proctor. Which is the 2-mana 1/3 flyer. When a permanent ETBs and triggers an ability, counter that ability unless its controller plays 2. That hits everything. It is symmetrical, much like this card, on a 1/3, but they can get around it. They can pay 2. So if you're against a Thoracle opponent, they can pay 2. Don't like that. There's also Tecotli Honor Guard. which is a 2-mana 1/3 human that says creatures ETBing don't cause abilities to trigger, which has, and it's a 1/3, which has a benefit of being, 3 toughness is an all right stat line for this, but it's not the best. It being a human is a little more relevant because you could slide it into your humans decks in both Gladiator and Highlander. Although it's awkward because the humans package gets a lot of strength from ETBs itself, and so it's just kind of whatever. And then the card is just not impactful because it doesn't have evasion and only hits for 1. And then finally, we have Daunted Dismantler, which is a more recent one. 1 and a white for a 1/4. Artifacts your opponent's control ETB tapped, and then you pay XX white, sack it, destroy each artifact with mana value X. That card is great for something like CDH or Vintage, where tons of artifacts, everybody's going to have artifacts. And like, if you're killing them, they're dying either way. You're at 40 life and you're going to kill them a different way, through like a combo kill, or just like lock them out of the game and kill them, or like in Vintage where you just lock them out of the game and then your 8 copies of initiative creatures are just going to kill them anyways. But again, only has 1 power, only hits artifacts, and the kaboom effect is less of a pernicious deed and more of a void, I guess, to use another outdated reference. Doorkeeper Thrall has all these wrapped together. So it's only a 1/2, and I guess Hushbringer. I should mention Hushbringer. The 2-mana 1/2 lifelink flyer that says creature abilities don't need to be. Blast Zone, thank you. That's a more recent comparison. Hitting both artifacts and creatures are huge, right? This means that if you are fighting the artifact decks that care about ETB triggers, then you're golden. You just don't have to worry about this card, or you don't have to worry about that doing anything. But also hitting the creature abilities is like pretty strong. It's symmetrical, but it's a strong, even if you are a deck with a bunch of ETBs, you can't argue that that's not a strong ability, right? Like that is just a blanket no. So you have the best of both worlds tied into this card. Mind you, it doesn't cause the artifacts to ETB tapped, so it's not, the artifact side of this isn't as universal as for shutting down the artifact decks as something like the Dismantler might be. But it's got the magic word of flash on it, meaning that this is more of a gotcha card than I'm going to lock us both out. It's a cheap gotcha that's easy to cast, that shuts down multiple styles of cards, that is tutorable with Recruiter of the Guard, pretty important in the White X decks. And it holds a Jite, or a Skull Clamp, or a Shadow Spear pretty well. It picks off Planeswalkers reasonably well. I like this card. This is the first time I've seen one of these effects where I've been like, yeah, I think I'd actually play this card. Not to mention, I'll get the initiative to stop. The initiative you can fuck right off. Especially because a lot of the initiative cards, like this is why the flash part is so big, is that your opponent spends 4 mana on an initiative creature, and you just go, hey, that's a really cool 4 mana 2/2, or a 4 mana 3/4, or whatever. Like, here you go. I'm just gonna blank it. And that's pretty huge. The gotcha element of it means that you're often trading up in mana and doing so at a rate that doesn't set off too many alarms, and frankly is pretty tough for your opponent to play around, right? All the reasons why Hushbringer sees no play, I don't think this will either. This has flash. Hushbringer, like Flash, means that you can immediately trade up. You can invalidate a card. Your opponent does not know you are going to do this. Hushbringer, your cards are on the table, right? You're just like, hey, this is what I'm doing. And then they get to go, oh, well, then I guess I can use my sorcery speed removal before I develop to the board. I guess I can take this game action to ensure that my follow-up, that my bigger usage of my mana is going to actually take effect. And yeah, I just think Flash is just a game changer. Makes it completely different from any of the previous ones. Very important too. Yeah. Is it me? Mentions it shuts down portal to Phyrexia at least immediately. Yeah, that is a big benefit of one of the ways that the Academy decks, mind you, like Mono White has a reasonable game against the Academy decks, but being able to shut down their portal trigger, which means that this card also just answers Tinker pretty well, or like requires them to pivot, shuts down the One Ring, right? Like the One Ring trigger, so that you could push for damage. I mean, Coveted Jewel, if it comes up, bunch of stuff. It's, yeah. I'm a fan of this one. This is the first time I've seen it actually just have the magic word of Flash, and then it might be a 1/2, but at least it's flying. So yeah, I think this card is pretty good. Pretty good. I was going to check the VOD for this, but here it is live. Wow. And I'm reading the comment. Look at that. Now you know it's live and not pre-recorded. Yeah, there's no lips. One thing, I don't know how much of a downside this is as a whole, but this set is really just about playing with it. Oh, I don't want to say playing with itself. You're a convert. I thought it wasn't strong enough. I'm going to try. Try what? Medication? Kappa? I just tuned in, but Thrall looks crazy against the RDW decks too. I mean, it is pretty funny to just like play the computer. Stop. I think it is very funny to just like play this and muck like an Earthshaker Kenra or whatever. I wouldn't go as far as parasitic. Parasitic often pushes. Parasitic is often used. Oh, the throw. I see. Parasitic is often used when it is a mechanic that only ever works within itself, and it just becomes the only thing that you can do, right? Like it's like affinity or energy is the classic. Those are two classic parasitic mechanics, in the sense that all of your energy cards only ever care about other energy cards or using, or yeah, Arcane is another great one. Like anytime you add a non-energy card to your energy deck, you are effectively just making it worse, right? Because then you end up taking away, like removing one piece weakens everything, and replacing it with a card of just like higher raw rate often just does not have the same effect, because it's not one of the, it's not a part of the brood, baby. It's not a part of the horde. It's an outsider here, and it's not going to work. Whereas a lot of this, and this is a trend of like more modern sets where it's a single block, is that while some of these cards are very insular and very synergy driven, they are more like, in general, they're a bit more flexible. And like a part of that also just comes from like this being kind of like a top down. design, right? Like you have a bunch of tropes in detective stories and murder mysteries and this kind of theme, and you want to hit on those. And so that's how you get cards like this, Case of the Gateway Express, right? Where when it ETBs, choose target creature you don't control. Each creature you control deals 1 damage to that creature. You solve it if 3 or more creatures attack this turn, and the rest of your creatures get buffed, right? Case of the Murder on the Orient Express, right? Very, very top-down, straightforward design and callback to that story and that sort of thing. Yeah. And that's not necessarily a bad thing to design like that, because that's what makes a cohesive product, right? And a cohesive design. It makes it fun to play limited and sealed, and in theory, it makes it fun to brew up casual constructed decks, or makes it easier to put together a goofy deck on, a standard, maybe casual constructed covers standard, but like these sets it's a nice change because they tend to reinforce a way that people play Magic the Gathering that often doesn't get brought up in content, where it's just people that buy cards from the new set and build 60 card tabletop constructed, or they see like, ooh, I want to build a disguise deck, and then they pay actual factual money to build a disguise deck and play it at an F&M or at whatever casual standard events are running in their store, or they play on the like unranked standard ladder on Arena. And it's really hard for people that are as engrossed in the game itself to recognize that those people exist. F&M is Commander now, Wheeler? No, it's not just Commander. Like, Commander is obviously the biggest thing, for better or for worse. But there are still people that play, standard, that play casually, that buy hundreds of dollars of product and then they just play with their friends, right? 3 Commander nights a week, it's fucked. Yeah, that sucks. I kind of hate that the Commander has become the like poster child for Magic, that it has effectively become the default way to play. Nobody plays standard F&M like this anymore. No way. No way. You're just too blind to see it. Trust me, people buy this shit. People buy this crap and they love it. You don't see them necessarily, like the F&M, maybe not as much. You don't see them because they're not at the store, right? This is the same analogy. I mean, now I get to update this analogy, because it used to be someone that rolls in, sees Guilds of Ravnica on the shelf and goes, whoa, they went back to Ravnica? I remember when they went in 2004 and they just like totally missed, not Guilds of Ravnica. What's the most recent one? Yeah, no, Guilds of Ravnica. RTR was the one that they skipped. The analogy being they played an original Ravnica and they have such a casual relationship with the game that they just don't even know that Return to Ravnica happened. They just have no idea. They have no idea. And that might happen again. Somebody goes into the store, sees Murders at Karlov Manor, and goes, holy shit, they went back to Ravnica? That's pretty cool. Like, why? It's cool when they go back to a set. It's just like, well, this is technically the 4th time we've been here. Anyways, I gotta grab my tea. Let me at least load up another card. Although we're pretty low on cards here. Yeah, I talked about this bad Wrath. This card's not at there on power level, but hey, you know what? It's a story spotlight card. And it's a huge upgrade.
Eggs, E-double-G-S eggs.
I'm really hitting my old man stride. You know, I got the pot of tea. Let me get that ASMR. Got the big pot of tea. Got the shawl on. What kind of tea? This is an herbal tea. This is an herbal blueberry tea. Not on my watch. 2-mana exile target attacking creature. Exile is kind of interesting. I don't think this card's playable, but this is like a huge upgrade because it's not just they sacrifice an attacking creature. It's not just they like exile an attacking creature of their choice. It's exile target attacking creature. That's kind of wild. At a single white pip. They keep pushing these and they'll start being playable. All dads go to Monlander. What up, Evan? You know what we need to get you? You need a little jewel by your name here. That's what we need. You need to get a little jewel. Yeah, no, Sunday ruled. I unfortunately could not make it to Monday. And then I was like, well, I could make all these changes to my like recording schedule that night to make it to Monday. And then there was a certain lottery that I didn't want to play in. But I hope it was, yeah, not worth. I am infinitely more into the, like the 5-hour jams than a tournament. Dear God, they're all just not good enough. Speaking of not good enough. Ooh, oh no, wait, what is it? Control Shift T? Hello? Hello? All right, we did it. 10th District Hero. 1 and a white for a human. That's a 2/3. You can pay 1 and a white. Collect evidence 2. 10th District Hero becomes a human detective with base power and toughness, 4/4 and vigilance. And then 2 and a white. Collect evidence 4. If 10th District Hero is a detective, it becomes a legendary creature named Maliva the Stalwart. It has base power toughness 5/5, and it gains other creatures you control have indestructible. I'm not... this is certainly not playable in Highlander. For Gladiator, maybe it's a little bit better. I'm still not entirely convinced. It's nice to have like a cheap human that has easy costs, right? No double white in sight here. The collecting evidence, it's easier to collect higher value for evidence in Gladiator than it is Highlander. I find, just because the opportunity cost for eating out, don't say eating out. The opportunity cost for eating up your graveyard, is a little bit higher when you are a format with, Mystic Sanctuary. I mean, some of these cards are going to show up in Gladiator too, but all the delve spells, the Snapcasters, the Dreadhorde Arcanists, all that. But also the payoff is like, you just kind of have a big idiot. It is. And I will say this, while the mana cost is low, it's pretty tough to find like slots to upgrade this. I don't know. This card feels unnecessary. Get this is going to be a recurring theme for a lot of these cards, is that they feel unnecessary. They do not feel like upgrades to these. They do not feel like upgrades to decks. They feel like either side grades or downgrades on raw rate with like potential for upside if a game goes long or unanswered. And I don't think that that's the way that either Highlander or Gladiator is moving towards. So I am less convinced, like if you had a 2-drop, like this is a 2-drop that is purely aggressive, that has some flexibility in what you do later on in the game. And there are a couple of cards that kind of fill that role, and all of them tend to be, they sing the same note of like, yeah, if this card goes unanswered, you're probably killing people, right? I don't know. It feels like there's a lot of hoops to jump through for just something that is effectively a vanilla creature until you have spent shitload of mana. Elf Lawyer, welcome back for the 35th month. Glad to have you. Good to see you. How you doing? How you been? Thank you for the support. Lophosaurus for the 21st month. Congratulations. You can now drink in the United States of America. It's just so wild that the drinking age is 21 there. America feels like a country where you would imagine the drinking age would be 16. Gets big vibes for that. Not playable, not playable, not playable, not playable. Bubble Smuggler is a very good name, though. Oh, it's in Wisconsin? I mean, I imagine there are a lot of places where you just... nobody gives a shit. I talked about Case of the Filched Falcon. This card's great, by the way. Got to play with it. Card's great. Do we talk about Conspiracy Unraveler? Some of these cards, I've talked about these cards so much in the past week. I don't actually remember if I've talked about this card. I think I talked about this card. Evidence 10 is just being like kind of hard. We didn't. All right, I'll believe you. I'll believe you. This is one of the downsides of this current system that we have, is that it's easier to set up. People tend to prefer it, I think, to the old setup. But I also just, I don't remember some of these cards. Let me double check. Because if we didn't talk about this card, then I would like to talk about this card. Is Unraveler a maybe a Tin Fins card, or is that too cute? I think that Unraveler... Oh, we're almost here. Actually, I'll be able to tell you if we talked about this card. Maybe I should just talk about this card again. Why did I spend so much time talking about Deduce and Crime Stopper Sprite? Nope, it's a new card. 7 mana for a 6/6. Sphinx Detective with flying. You may collect evidence 10 rather than pay the mana cost for spells that you cast. This is an appealing card to reanimate or to cheat into play because it lets you do something that is pretty close to omniscience while being attached to a creature. And that part is neat. That said, unless you are getting this card into play and then just winning the game more or less on the turn you play it, like I guess this is kind of, maybe having the omniscience is fine. Collecting evidence 10 is really difficult unless you are using these unless you are filling your deck with cards that have considerably high mana values. Reanimator, it's a lot easier to justify in Gladiator, at least, because your reanimation spells all cost 4 or 5. The big idiots that you're reanimating cost like 7 and up. And you tend to, even your engine cards are like 2 mana, 2 and 3 mana, right? Primarily. Like your Diviner of Fates or your Fable of the Mirror Breakers or whatever color of reanimator that you want to go. This does need action in your hand in order to do something, which you can set up and fulfill. But I'm not the most convinced on this card, just on like the ground level. I feel like if you play this card, you are trying to do something with Tin Fins. It's not just spells you cast from your hand. Yeah, but then you need to have another card to like be able to cast stuff from your graveyard, which is a big ask. Like anytime I've discussed this card with people or seen people discussing this card, it is in the context of, hey, this 7 mana card is really good when you pair it with other 7 mana and big idiot cards that kind of win the game, right? Where the nice thing about Gristlebrand is that it's one card that sets up so much. Or the nice thing about Emrakul or Sarah as Emissary is that it's one big card that is likely just going to win the game by itself and is difficult to deal with, right? We're getting to a point where I feel like the formats are so streamlined in what you are doing. Yeah, or a Trox or a Tali. Pick any of the good reanimation targets. Where like, why am I doing this? Right? Unless this is pulling off some kind of omniscience combo, then it's not. I don't think this card is playable. And in fact, there's another card that got previewed. I think it got previewed today. That is actually just doing what omniscience wishes it was doing. You know, like I gotta be clear, it's not even omniscience without a bunch of setup. Evidence 10 is like a lot, unless you, okay, let me give you a very brief summary for this then. You need to work so hard in order for this card to reliably chain into a series of other cards that will win the game for you, or put yourself in a dominant position in which you feel like you've locked up the game. I'm not saying that's impossible. You can occasionally high roll and get out this Conspiracy Unraveler and then cast like a free Lorien Revealed, and then you draw a bunch of cards, or cast like another Emrakul or cast an Atraxa or a Gristlebrand and then get a bunch of cards. And then at that point, it's like, well, why didn't I just reanimate Atraxa and preserve my resources so that if they get rid of my Atraxa, I just get it back, right? That's the strength of Reanimator, is that you can now reanimate these threats that are, one, gigantic, or that they're all gigantic and that they either are really difficult to deal with or they replace themselves, so that if you expend resources to get rid of the card, you just get it back and you're constantly up. This one just feels a little too win more, a little too unnecessary. Unless you're building around specifically reanimating this card and then comboing off, that's a different story. If this is your like mill a large portion of your deck, or like Oath of Druids into this card, or I don't know, just entomb it, get it back, and then start chaining extremely expensive spells, then that's fine. Then we can talk, because we're doing something unique and broken. But even then, like, if I'm playing Omnitel, I don't think I want to play this card, right? If I'm playing like a Dredge combo deck, then I can maybe justify including this. But the Dredge combo decks already have kill conditions that don't need this card. Check Kofi? Check Kofi? Check Kofifi? Anybody remember? What a funny meme. Oh, did I... AMC, is there a note on this? Did you... Sorry, just to clarify. Did you pay $5 for me to skip this card? Please talk about Wrench. Sure. Wrench. 1 white for an artifact, clue equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has vigilance, and pay 3 tap target creature. Pay 2 to sacrifice Wrench, draw a card, and equip cost for 2. I already talked about how much I love these designs. Yep, that's a Wrench, all right. It's very cool and good. I like that this card feels like... It's wild how strongly this relays torturing or like coercing someone, threatening someone to either reveal information or, you know, whatever. It's a card where it's like you're twisting them, right? Yes, hello, Jules. Refresh Kofi. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm refreshing Kofi. Coffee. Stop talking about Wrench. Okay. Where were we? This card. Yeah, I'm not convinced by this card. This card is either like, I'm not convinced by this card as a good magic card. I'm convinced that you could maybe suit yourself up to playing a degenerate combo deck where this is a way that you kill people, and yet, you know, there are likely better ways of doing that. This feels like a trap more than anything. This is a rare, so I feel obliged to talk about it. Coveted Falcon. For 1 blue, it's a 1/4 artifact creature. It's a bird.
Eggs. E-double-G-S eggs.
Thank you, Butterboots, for the bird up. The worst show on television, and not just because Eric Andre's a Zionist. It's a 1/4 flyer that says whenever coveted Falcon attacks, gain control of target permanent you own but don't control. And then disguise for 1 and a blue. And when coveted Falcon is turned face up, target opponent gains control of any number of target permanents you control. Draw a card for each one of they gain control of this way. This is a magic card that I don't entirely understand why it is in this set. Like, why is this in the main set? This screams commander mechanics. This feels like a card that you could print as like they just investigates when you give people other stuff. And I don't know, it feels weird. Yeah, it's the Maltese Falcon, right? That's the set. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. But this one in particular, it's I mean, it's a cool card, it's a cool design. Yeah, it's probably fine for limited. It's a flying horn turtle that you can just, like, you know, donate an enchantment and then just be able to draw a card off of it. Like, you got some game to it. It's probably fine. Did I open this fucking card? Do I have this stupid bird? I might have this stupid bird. Nope. Yeah. Help shed excess garbage for cards to push the end game. Yeah, like, it could technically do some stuff. It's a little weird to see it. Typically, they don't print cards that have a downside on them in the main set. It feels weird. Then, like, it feels weird to have something with, like, a kind of a negative cost to it in the main set. But you gotta get that Maltese Falcon in there. This card's kind of weird too. Cryptic Coat. 2 and a blue for an artifact equipment. When Cryptic Coat enters the battlefield, cloak the top card of your library, then attach Cryptic Coat to it. So you get a cloak is manifest but with ward 2. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 and can't be blocked. And then you can pay 1 and a blue to return Cryptic Coat to its owner's hand. So there's no actual equip cost for Cryptic Coat. It's just, you play this, you cloak the top card, and you now have a 3 mana 2/2 ward 2. 3 mana 3/2 ward 2 unblockable. And then at any time, you can just pay 2 to return to your hand and do it again. This card is pretty interesting because this is a repeatable, 2 things. 1, it's a repeatable artifact. So with Paradox Engine and Gladiator, you can use this as a just go off engine while continuing to pump out cards from the top of your deck and building a board. 3 mana for a 3/2 unblockable ward 2 is not the worst. It's not a card that you would want to sleeve up by itself, but the fact that you can do, you know, you can batter skull it back to your hand is kind of interesting. Yeah, it's... I think this card will show up, but it is just kind of a mid-rangey card. It falls in line with these cards of, if you draw this on turn 3, it will do something that is reasonable. If you draw this on turn 9 and your opponent is also top decking, this card is absurd, right? Like, play it, return it, play it again, and then you just have these 2 bodies with ward 2 and on each of them, and like one of them can just keep crunching in. Like, that's brutal, right? This card is just like, it's such a good game engine. Such a good engine at the late game. Curious Inquiry. 1 blue for an enchantment aura. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and has whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, investigate. This card is likely going to show up in the Gladiator decks that play Curious Obsession. This card will not be showing up in the very few Canadian Highlander decks that play Curious Obsession. Those decks are extremely light on mana, and while the +1/+1 is pretty nice, I mean, that doubles your clock, right? Going up from my Terramander being a 1/1 to a 2/2. Woo! It's not bad. The cost associated with clues in a deck that typically runs like 25 to 28 lands or whatever is not... It's not great. It's not Curiosity. And you also just have like 3 of these already. Like I'll probably play it and it will not be good, but who knows? Maybe I'll get to draw some extra cards. It is a very neat way of having this effect in the set. No. We'll talk about them all, Shane. We're talking about the main set, then Commander, then the clues. Because the clues aren't coming to Arena, right? The clue cards aren't coming to Arena. This card's kind of funny. I'll talk about the special guest cards too. Sure, why not? Exit Specialist. 1 in a blue for a 2/1 human detective. Exit Specialist can't be blocked by creatures with power 3 or greater. Disguise for 1 in a blue. When it's turn face up, you return another target creature to its owner's hand. It's nice that this can target something else. It's nice that this can target your own creatures, including, maybe another ETB that you have, or you can rebuy it, or just tempo bounce their thing. It's hard for me to justify. It's funny that it is more difficult to justify disguise cards in Gladiator than they are in Canadian Highlander. My read on that could be wrong, but I'm thinking about Unyielding Loxodon and sick. I have all these mana dorks. I've got Moxen, I got Mana Crypt, all this stuff. That's pretty neat. But for Gladiator, it's well, I don't know. 3 mana ward, 3 mana 2/2 doesn't really play to the board super well, even if it has ward 2. Although in turn, there are more 2 mana removal spells that see play in Gladiator. It's tough. I'll have to see it in action, but I don't know. A somewhat unblockable creature that can bounce another creature is reasonable. My take is that this card is not going to be playable. Not unplayable, but it's not worth playing. My take is that it's not worth playing because it's tough unless I feel like we're getting very close to a spot where you could just talk about cards, talking about cards in Highlander and Gladiator. Most of the time for the creatures, it's basically it's the same, right? Would I play this in Highlander? No, then chances are I'm not playing this in Gladiator. There are some exceptions for sure, but for these utility creatures, it's getting pretty close. Fateflight's kind of interesting, at least for this deck. 1 in a blue, flash, enchant creature. When it ETBs, enchanted creature gains hexproof until end of turn. Enchanted creature gets +1/+0. It's just a nice aura to save your creature and also give it evasion. We have that Bant Enchantress Aura's hexproofy kind of deck where this card is great. So I'd play it in that. We played the Bant. Remember that Bant enchantment deck that we played in Highlander that was not great? Sure, why not? Who gives a shit? But yeah, the Sithis, I guess the old one had Deeproot Champion and stuff. We got all the good enchantments, all the good auras. And I think this one can join the fray on that. Yeah, those are Kellen's. These are his light blades, right? These are Kellen's Light Blades. That's like a card in WoW. Like this is how he fights. I don't know. Kellen's not particularly interesting to me. Forensic Gadgeteer. Now we're talking. 2 and a blue for a 2/3 Videlkin Artificer Detective. Whenever you cast an artifact spell, you investigate. And activated abilities of artifacts you control cost 1 less to activate. This effect can't reduce the mana in that cost to less than 1. This card rules. This card is very strong for a couple of reasons. One, it's easy to cast. Single blue pip. Love to see it. When you cast an artifact, you make another artifact. Typically, that has been pretty fucking good. Granted, you are not making an artifact that's a creature. You know, Sahili and Sai make additional creatures, but I'm okay with just making clues that I can draw a card with for a single mana. So whenever you cast an artifact, you get 2 instead. That's pretty broken. The other one you get, being able to refill your hand and draw you into more artifacts, that's also pretty good. And then yes, sometimes you have ways that you can tap these clues for mana, say Urza Lord High Artificer, and then and still sacrifice them, because clues don't need to tap to sacrifice themselves. And then this incidental ability, which obviously it ties into making your clues better, but this just also means you can go off with like Basalt Monolith or Grim Monolith and Rings of Bright Hearth, which is kind of funny. And just like reducing the cost of some eggs, right? Like this adds mana with the Odyssey eggs. You don't even need the rings. No, because Grim taps for 3 and then it would be reduced to 3. Basalt Monolith doesn't need rings, but Grim Monolith needs the rings. Basalt Monolith and rings is already a combo, right? Monolith, I mean, I'm not saying what, Evan, you know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm using this I'm saying this to chat in general of Basalt Monolith and Rings of Bright Hearth is a combo. Grim Monolith and Rings of Bright Hearth is not a combo, because Grim Monolith taps for 3. The untapping of Grim Monolith costs 4, and then rings would be an additional 2. So you'd get 2 taps of the Monolith, which is 6 mana, but that just goes even. So reducing that cost with the Gadgeteer means that we can now go infinite with Rings of Bright Hearth and Basalt Monolith. This seems like cool. Yeah, we did it. We broke Basalt Monolith. We figured out a way to make Grim Monolith broken. Finally, a card that combos with Rings of Bright Hearth. But again, these artifact decks, all the cards work together. And that's anytime you get to slide in another piece that just has like a reasonable presence in the deck of, I play this, I play my artifacts, I make more artifacts. That's good enough to justify the cost of inclusion. The fact that it combos, it'll just incidentally like whoops itself into infinite mana is pretty enticing. I'm a big fan of this card. I think it fucking rules. Shocking literally no one. Talked about that card. This card's kind of funny. Lost in the Maze, X blue for an enchantment with flash. When Lost in the Maze enters the battlefield, you tap X target creatures, and you put a stun counter on each of those creatures you don't control. And then it says, tapped creatures you control have hexproof. I don't think that this card is going to be playable in Canadian Highlander, but I would actually consider playing this in a blue X tempo deck. because people do not play Magic the Gathering well. This game is really hard. People still get got by the ninjutsu trick, right? They don't use their spells at the right time. They wait until people go, they play, people default to taking a game action at the last possible time, myself included. Sometimes it gets all of us, right? And so they'll be like, yeah, go to attacks. You attack with your stuff. And they're like, okay, well, now I'm going to kill your creature. Now I'm going to use this burn spell. And then you get to go, oh, 2 mana, flash this in. My creatures have hexproof. Your card doesn't resolve. And then it scales by being like, oh, well, now that you've used your mana trying to kill my creatures, I'm going to pop 4 mana into this, protect my creatures, and then lock down 2 of your big creatures so that now I am winning the race and you don't have a chance to come back, right? So I think this card might actually just see some play in Gladiator. It's better than it looks because you could just ignore the X and then have blue, like flash protect my creatures this turn. But then as an additional cost, you just get to lock down your opponent's stuff. Or you can also tap your own creatures to protect them, which is less than ideal, but it's flexible, right? Protecting your own shit, locking down your opponent's stuff, and being flexible for when you draw it in the game and how you want to use it is usually a recipe for a pretty powerful Magic card. So I think this card might actually be gas. Mistway Spy, 1 mana 1/1 Merfolk Detective with flying and disguise for 1 and a blue. When Mistway Spy is turn face up, until end of turn, whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, investigate. I am going to be playing this card in Merfolk, in Canadian Highlander. It's that card, that deck, Merfolk kind of struggles at times with card velocity of having and card flow. It's a weird deck where you don't need to draw a huge amount of cards. You just need to like kind of keep the train going when you don't have the ability to protect your threats and you need to restock and you don't want to be at the mercy of the top of your deck. And so the floor of this card just being a 1 mana 1/1 evasive Merfolk is like already not that bad. That's just, you need a density of these things to make your lords reasonable, and so that you can actually curve out into 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, because you're not going to have a mox every single time. But then drawing this later on, or even in the mid game where you're like, okay, I don't want my opponent to trade profitably with my 3 mana 2/2 that's a vanilla, so I'm just going to play this morph face down, and then getting to curve into like, haha, actually I'm a 1/1 flyer, and here's a Merfolk Lord, and now I'm hitting you at 2 things, and I'm making 2 clues. That's a totally reasonable play pattern. It's not the be-all, end-all. It's obviously not what LCI did to Merfolk, but I think this card's great for exactly that. And it'll probably see play in the like Flying Men Gladiator decks, or the mono blue Gladiator decks. Oh yeah, here we go. Reenact the crime. 1 blue for an instant. Exile target non-land card in a graveyard that was put there from anywhere this turn. Copy it. You may cast the copy without paying its mana cost. Yeah, this card rules. This card is great for a couple of reasons. One, cards just end up in the graveyard all the fucking time. All the time. Cards end up in your graveyard, cards up in your opponent's graveyard. They can end up in the graveyard for free through looting effects, through self-mill, through your opponent spend a card to kill your thing. You then get to recast that thing, bypass any timing, and get yourself an extra ETB. Or muck their plans. There are so many things that you can do to get around that. And that's great. Then, if you are playing this card with the intention of abusing this card, and taking advantage of everything that is broken on God's green earth, then this card gets wild, because then you can turn your free looting into, oh yeah, I'll just discard an Emrakul and then I'll cast it for 4 mana. Or, oh, I'll discard an Inspired Ultimatum and cast it. Or I had to like pitch, I had to pitch this Dragonstorm, then I get to Dragonstorm. Or I pitch my Enter the Infinite and then I get to cast Enter the Infinite. I pitched my Omniscience, now I get to Omniscience. So many different things. So it's a Magic card that if you're just playing a game of Magic, it's going to do something that'll often end up being profitable for you. And then if you are playing a deck that is built to take advantage of this card, then it is going to do broken things. Not to mention, again, like the floor is occasionally this will just be graveyard hate, right? This will just be like oh, you discarded a big idiot and now you want to reanimate it. Well, here you go. It's pretty interesting. I like this card quite a bit. There's some Gladiator combo decks that I want to try it out in, and I definitely want to play it in Omnitel. I want to try building a Grixis Mizzix Mastery Omnitel combo deck, because I think it'll give a little more juice to Omnitel beyond the like blue-black control combo list that it currently is. All these cards stink. No, people wanted me to talk about this card. Barbed Servitor. Serve is very funny. Get it? Because it's serving you a drink. 3 and a black for a 1/1 construct. It's an artifact creature. It has indestructible. When it enters the battlefield, you suspect it. When it deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card and you lose 1 life. And whenever Barbed Servitor is dealt damage, target opponent loses that much life. So this is a brash taunter / indestructible mind rend blade, whatever the fuck the 2-mana 1/3. I was gonna say Ophidian, but was it Mind Blade? Is that the name of this card? Yeah, Mind Blade Render. Great. Yeah, it's not constructed playable, but it's pretty cool. This is a very neat commander card. It's a shame that it found its way into the set. It'll be fun to play with Unlimited and against. And there are some cards that are, there are cards that are pretty good against this thing. There are some -X cards and all that. Yeah. Can't block's a real stinker. Yeah, it's I believe that's intentional. Or else it just sits around. It's just extremely annoying. Yeah, not much, but people want to talk about this card. Mardu Oops All Stuffy Dolls. Yeah. Is Toski playable in Gladiator Highlander? I haven't seen Toski in Gladiator in a hot minute. Maybe not anymore. I mean, in an Elves deck. Oh, the last time I saw it was an Elves deck, right? Maybe tokens? Damn, this T rules. These cards are all bad. I talked about Case of the Stash Skeleton. Deadly Cover Up. 3 black for a sorcery with some incredible Sam Gay art. As an additional cost to cast this spell, you may collect evidence 6. Destroy all creatures. If evidence was collected, exile a card from an opponent's graveyard. Somebody's going to mention basic lands. Then search its owner's graveyard, hand. Oh, I fucking got you. Got you immediately. I hit you. Then you search its owner's graveyard, hand and library for any number of cards with the same name and exile them. That player shuffles and draws a card for each card exiled this way. So it's a Wrath of God. It's a 5-mana Wrath of God in black. Crux of Fate can be a little awkward at times. And so that the floor of this is just like kind of nice to have. Not to mention, you don't often want to just exile, like you could just exile somebody's basic land and muck a monocolored deck. That can pop up. You know, they discard the thing to Fable the Mirror Breaker or to Inti or whatever, and you just get rid of it. That's kind of funny. But you can mostly ignore all of this and just look at this as 5 mana, destroy all creatures. Atris. Yeah, the 4 mana 3/2 Atris from Theros Beyond Death. I need to talk about this. Did I talk about Homicide Investigator? God, this is all blurring together now. 2 mana 2/2 Human Detective. Whenever one or more non-token creatures you control die, investigate. This triggers. I did talk about it. Great. Yeah. Don't think I talked about this card. Hunted Bone Brute. 2 and a black for a 6/2 Menace Skeleton Beast. When it ETBs, target opponent creates 2 1/1 white dog creature tokens. And when Hunted Bone Brute dies, each opponent loses 3 life. And then you can disguise it for 1 and a black. I am not the most... I have seen the token, yes. I'm not the most excited about this kind of card. I don't like having to jump through hoops to get, well, a 6/2 that dies to shock. Obviously, casting this on the ETB, like casting this for 3, giving your opponent 2 1/1s is pretty shit. I don't care if it has menace. I don't care if you got removal. Yeah, this card stinks. I wouldn't play it.
Nice move,
Wouldn't play it at all.
but no banana yet.
Paying the tithe for failing the someone's gonna save basic land trick. Thank you, Dr. Chillbrain, for the 500 bits. Very kind of you. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Thank you so much. Get Rock Squirrel for the 2nd year. Welcome back. Glad to have you. Good to see you. How you doing? How you been? It's a long ass time. Thank you for the support. Paying the gotcha toll. Actually, that's just Genshin Impact. Oh, which reminds me. Am I saying yes to this Genshin Impact sponsorship? I think I should say yes to this Genshin Impact sponsorship. I think it'd be really fun, and it would pay me a good amount of money. We killed it for that Star Trek thing, by the way. We fucking slammed that Star Trek thing, by the way. Okay, let me see. Wait a minute. No base rate? Nah. Not doing it. No base rate, not doing it. You gotta give me a base rate. Oh, HelloFresh wants to do this? Hell yeah. Alright, we're doing another HelloFresh stream, folks. You heard it here, live on TV. We're gonna do another HelloFresh stream. More cooking, baby. More cooking. And banana bread. You know what'd be really funny? Because the HelloFresh streams, sometimes it's a little like, hey, you know, it's so funny. The HelloFresh streams are always awkward because of how quick it is to prepare the meals. Sometimes I got all this extra time to do anything. Email the Genshin people, ask about the base rate. Unfortunately, that's not how that works. Not with this kind of sponsorship. But I think it would be very funny if for the HelloFresh stream, we cooked the HelloFresh stuff and then we made banana bread at work. Like we did our HelloFresh stream and they're like, great, I got like an hour left. Let's make some banana bread at work, dude. Hell yeah. Kiefer loves banana bread. I love banana bread. And I could bring the banana bread to work. That would be very fun. Huh? Because Adam can get some banana bread at work, dude. You would get banana bread. Don't worry, honey. I'd make enough banana bread for everybody. All right, I think I'm doing that. This card stinks. Although it is kind of funny to see another hunted card. Wait for Adam to be on stream and surprise him. Yeah, he won't know. Nobody say shit. If Adam catches wind of this, I will find out. Illicit Masquerade. 3 and a black for an enchantment with flash. When Illicit Masquerade enters the battlefield, you put an imposter counter on each creature you control. Whenever a creature you control with an imposter counter on it dies, exile it. Return up to 1 other target creature card from your graveyard to play. Expensive, not great, but very cool in Commander. And yeah, this art rules. Big fan. Big fan. Will I be busy? He will be too busy playing Tekken 8. Is he playing Tekken? 2 mana 1. Hold on. What is this? Why is this a 2 mana 1/3? So it can block Ragavan? Steph X, welcome back for the 4th month. Can we talk about Wrench yet? Can we do it again? I might have missed it. It's funny you mentioned that, Steph X. Someone paid $5. AMC paid $5 for us to talk about Wrench. And we started talking about Wrench, and we got a little ways through. Until Jules paid an additional $5 to get me to stop talking about Wrench. I know that this is the classic Magic player thing of like, I'd play this Magic card if it were a completely different Magic card. But it's weird that this is a 1/3 to me. I guess it kind of makes sense because bat tokens are either 1/1s or 1/2s. Yeah, I kind of wish this was a 2/1. If this was a 2/1, I'd consider playing this. Because it's a 2 mana 1/3 with flying that you pay 4, exile it from the graveyard to make 2 bats. No, Illicit Masquerade works on tokens. Talked about Masker Girl. Talked about this Moroi. I know people were excited about this card. I'm not too excited about this card. I mean, I just don't give a shit. Outrageous Robbery. X black black. Target opponent exiles the top X cards of their library face down. You may look at it and play those cards as long as they remain exiled. And if you cast a spell this way, you may spend mana or mana of any card to cast it. Cool commander card. Maybe a cool draw spell. Like it's a Gaunty card, right? It is a card that is not, there's not any, there is no selection involved in this card. It is a card that is all in the X mana, and X black black, draw X cards, but those cards are all from your opponent's deck. It's not great. It's not great. I prefer to draw cards from my deck because my deck is built as a cohesive entity. It has a game plan, and the cards are included to enforce that game plan. My opponent's deck has dog shit. Although, at all times, my opponent's deck has dog shit unless they are drawing a card for their turn, and then they have the best cards in the world. Ooh, another card for Coco Show. X on a black, target creature gets -X until end of turn. The spell can't be countered. It's kind of interesting for dealing with the creatures with ward. But it's also a Deathwind, so Deathwind is not as playable nowadays as it used to be, and it was not super playable back in the day. There are Deathwinds that we see play in our format in Gladiator. that gain life or let you like their modal, like Erebos' intervention and March of Wretched Sorrow can pop in and do exactly this, but better. So got options. Do I think Gruul is going to be better than RDW in Standard, especially with World Souls Rage? I don't know what that card is, but Gruul is really good in Standard right now. You get Picnic Ruiner, like the Picnic Ruiner Ancestral Anchor deck. That card's pretty good. I've been playing a lot of Standard recently. And let me tell you this, I'm obsessed with Bant Toxic. That deck feels unreal. Bant Toxic feels unreal because people do not know how to attack and block. It rules. People don't know how to attack and block, and they also just like, again, they play with the mentality of use the card at the last possible time, and oh, I get a lot of mileage out of that. People just also don't entirely get that you can unsummon your own creatures. It is the right deck for me. It is so much fun. It is just, I get to turn shit sideways, they get to make bad blocks, or they get to get really aggressive, and it's like, oh, okay, well, bounce your thing and kill you? Like, you didn't have to be that aggressive. Or they're like, kill your thing, and I'm like, bounce my own thing. They're like, oh, well then, fuck. See the deck sometime. It's just the Goldfish one. There's one I found on Goldfish. There's a Moto player that racked up a couple of 5-0s in the same day. That's my favorite. That's how you know you got a heater on you, is when you find a player that has racked up a couple of League 5-0s in the same like collection of leagues. Like on the same day. Yeah, this list. That's what I'm playing. I changed it a little bit. I'm on 2 Charge the Mites. And I'm on 2 Charge the Mites, 3 Serum Snares. I like Charge the Mites. But yeah, it's very good. Snarling Gorehound. 1 black for a 1/1 dog with menace. Whenever another creature with power 2 or less enters the battlefield under your control, surveil 1. Okay. So I think this is a stinker. I like the dog. How is this a dredge dog? What the fuck were these ads? I don't know. We run the bare minimum ads that Twitch lets me run. We run the bare minimum of ads around here. Why isn't it the bare minimum? What's going on with the bot? The bot's having an issue today. Subscribers don't see ads, yada yada yada. Weird. No, it's working. Weird. Wilco 96. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for subscribing and joining the channel. Glad to have you. Good to see you. I hope you enjoy not seeing advertisements and getting some access to some of the most unhinged emotes. I mean, we've got them all. We've got them all. We got a good selection of emotes here, I think. Although we need more. Yeah, I don't think this card's that good. I'm not convinced that this card, like, it's a 1-mana black creature, which is nice for Hogak. The fact that it's power 2 or less is a little awkward because a lot of the dredge cards that recur themselves have 3 or more power. Like Bloodghast can return off this, but you know, if we're talking about like Scrap Heap Scrounger or Skyclave Shade, you know, that kind of thing. This card just doesn't do enough for me. Pretty cool though in multiples. Grave Troll is a 0. Grave Troll enters play with a number of counters on it. It's very big. Yeah, it's the She-Ray dog. I'll play it in She-Ray if I ever play She-Ray again. She-Ray, my She-Ray deck is mostly retired because it's just brutal. Oh, I did. How did I miss this card? Unscrupulous Agent. 1 and a black for a 1/1 elf detective. When it ETBs, target opponent exiles a card from their hand. Ooh, get into Rat Scam, baby. Perfect card for Rat Scam. Perfect Rat Scam card. These cards always stink. I mean, this card might actually be fine in Commander. It's a rare, so I feel like I should talk about it. Ansrag's Rampage. 3 red sorcery. Destroy all artifacts you don't control, then exile the X top cards of your library, where X is the number of artifacts put into graveyards from the battlefield this turn. You may put a creature card exiled this way onto the battlefield, and it gains haste. Return to your hand at the beginning next end step. Kind of a cool card for Commander. Also a little confused as to why this isn't in the Commander set. Oh my god, I'm going to kill so many people with this magic card. Bullrack Clan Basher. This card's not playable, but anytime I see double strike trample on a 3-power creature, ooh, yeah. I'm going to try killing people with this card in limited. It's probably too slow and too vulnerable, but I don't know. I like my pump spells. Case of the Burning Masks. 1 red and a red. When it ETBs, deals 3 damage to target creature an opponent controls. And to solve, 3 or more sources you control dealt damage this turn. Then you can sacrifice this case, exile the top 3 cards of your library, choose one of them, and you can play that card this turn. This one's kind of interesting. I'm afraid that it's just too expensive, especially because it can't hit planeswalkers. Again, for some reason, these cards, the red cards aren't hitting planeswalkers, which is not good. Not good at all. It's a little too pricey for its lack of flexibility, but it's pretty easy to get going, which is kind of neat, right? Like, it replacing itself and being able to kill an opponent's card is interesting. And getting it solved doesn't take that much. But 3 mana, not hitting planeswalkers, I'm good. The Crimson Pulse. 2 and a red for a case enchantment. When it ETBs, you discard a card and then draw 2 cards. And to solve it, you have no cards in your hand. And when it's solved, it says at the beginning of your upkeep, discard your hand and draw 2 cards. I'm pretty low on these kind of cards. I'm very low on these kind of cards, actually. It's I don't think the red decks actually get Hellbent that often. 3 mana for this effect is not that great. Like, where am I playing this? Why am I playing this over the other ones? We just got a new thrill possibility. If you're looking for red, pitch a card, draw 2 cards, right? And it's 3 mana. It's like, I look at this and I think about the 3 drops. I want to play in aggressive red decks, and I only get so many. And Fable the Mirrorbreaker just, I mean, obviously Fable's better, but they're just like better cards that also like churn through your deck. Solving this is like a thing that you can work towards, but it's not like the strength of these decks right now. I don't know. I'm just fairly low on this kind of card. Fairly low. I'm sorry, Teco. Amy, wowie zowie, thank you for the raid. Welcome, folks. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Thank you for, I hope you had a good stream. I imagine you are either talking about new magic cards or not doing other stuff. I am going to be part of the pre-release gang. The pre-release tomorrow, the PPR, it's all everybody from LERP. It's a full loading ready run crew, judges included. We got everybody, and we got something special planned. We obviously don't have guests this time. There was a bit of a contracts and yada yada yada, but we got something cool planned. We got I'm coming prepared to fight. Surge will be there. Yep, Surge is there. Nelson's going to be playing. It's going to be good. Beej will not be playing. I'm just going to get ahead of this. Oh no, I didn't even get ahead of it. I tried to get ahead of somebody asking about Beej. Beej will not be playing. James, I believe, will be playing. Will I be in full Columbo attire? I do have my Columbo costume at the office. You did your full set review today because tomorrow's PPR didn't want to overlap. That's fair. The set sure has a lot of cards in it. Some of the cards of all time. Very cool though. I like how goofy they're getting. Yeah, I like some of the goof. There's going to be a murder mystery mid PPR. I mean, if I have anything to say about it, there's going to be a massacre tomorrow. Winks to the camera. Now you don't know if I have Massacre Girl in my deck or not. I might. Who's to say? This is the second half of our set review. What do you mean DQ me again? I've never been DQ'd and I never will be DQ'd. The only DQing that I'm going to get is ice cream from James after I collude with him and concede. Yeah. Get it? All right, great. Expedited Inheritance. Great name, great art. Red for an enchantment. Whenever a creature is dealt damage, its controller may exile that many cards from the top of their library. They may play those cards until the end of the next turn. This is wild that it's symmetrical. It is genuinely shocking that it is symmetrical. I like it. It is, I mean, it's an absolute banger if it wasn't symmetrical. Like busted. But it's just very weird. This is a card. Yeah. Feels like a card from Torment. That's a great way of describing it. Can't even force a mill. Exactly. You can't mill them out. Wish you could mill them out, but you can't. So this card's very weird because it's designed, the fact that it is symmetrical feels like it is an older card. But the fact that it's a May feels like it is a newer card. So it's kind of just in the middle. And like if you're a deck that cares about exiling cards or pinging your own creatures, then by all means, load it up. But outside of that, it's just very odd. It's just kind of stuck in the middle. Yeah, it's the worst of both worlds. That's a good thing, right? Oh, this card's kind of funny. It's not particularly good, but anything with Jesper art is, worth looking at. Frantic Scapegoat. It's a 1-mana 1/1 goat with haste. When the goat enters the battlefield, you suspect it. So it has menace and can't block. And then a bunch of text that's not really relevant to the formats we're discussing. But whenever one or more creatures enter the battlefield under your control, if Frantic Scapegoat is suspected, you may suspect one of the other creatures. If you do, Frantic Scapegoat is no longer suspected. I guess that's kind of relevant. 1-mana haste menace is going to get a reasonable amount of work done. It is going to chip away your opponent for at least 3, and then once you have gotten like the usage out of this goat, you can then play a bigger creature and give it menace and can't block, which doesn't matter. And then your goat can now jump block. And I think that's kind of neat. The problem is, well, 1-mana red creatures are pretty powerful, right? Like they either have, well, 2 power, which is pretty great, or they have like their Phoenix chick, right? They have some other kind of ability, some amount of longevity or some kind of reach. Name every powerful 1 mana card. Okay. Ragavan, Dragon's Rage Channeler, Grim Lavamancer, Goblin Guide, Soulscar Mage, Monastery Swiftspear, Zergo Bell Striker, Jackal Pup, Fire Drinker Satyr, Falcon Wrath George, Fanatical Firebrand, Mog Maniac, Fire Bowman. Do I have to keep going? Oh, it's not even creatures. Oh shit. Goblin Lackey, Skirk Prospector, Curd Ape, Glitter Fang. Yeah, this card's not bad. I could see it's not an embarrassing card to include in a really aggressive red deck that just wants a bunch of 1-drops, because it's likely going to deal 3 damage and then die. And that's good enough for me. We talked about the Codebreaker. This card's pretty good. We talked about my invitational card. This looks to be a mythic dragon. Incinerator of the Guilty. 4 red for a 6/6 flying trample. When it deals combat damage to a player, you may collect evidence X. When you do, Incinerator of the Guilty deals X damage to each creature in each planeswalker that player controls. Not going to be playable, but it's kind of funny that, oh, it's not a detective. I half expected this card to be a dragon detective with a tiny little fedora just on his head. Just over there, just chilling. And it is not. That's unfortunate. It's a 6-mana dragon without haste or an ETB. So that's a no-go for the formats we're mostly talking about. But being able to just like wipe out your opponent's board is kind of brutal. Like if this hits an opponent, like what's Balefire Dragon? That's the 7-mana version. 6 mana is a lot easier to... Oh, this has Trample too. Deals that much damage. This card is just better than Balefire Dragon. They're effectively different cards, but 6 mana is 1 less than 7. Please clap. Trample is great because that just means you can always push through the damage. And then it doesn't matter how much damage is dealt. You just need to deal some amount of combat damage to a player. And then collecting evidence X in red in Commander. I mean, you're casting Wheel of Fortunes. You're playing your, Tormenting Voices, and maybe you're looting some other way, or you've cast like a Blasphemous Act early on, that kind of thing. It's yeah, I could see this card being played in Commander, and being quite good, in fact. Krenko's Buzz Crusher. 2/2 red for a 4/4 artifact creature Insect Thopter with flying and trample. And when Krenko's Buzz Crusher enters the battlefield, for each player, destroy up to 1 non-basic land that player controls. For each land destroyed this way, its controller may search... Somebody's going to mention Lotus Field. Each land destroyed this way, its controller searches their library for a basic land card and puts it into play. Tapped, then shuffles. Couple things. 1, this is just a 4-mana 4/4 flying trample. That's pretty big. 2, it doesn't target, which means that you can muck your opponent's Lotus Field and all that stuff. 3, you don't have to destroy one of your non-basic lands. You could just have this ETB in Field of Ruin your opponent, and it comes into play tapped. They don't get the mana immediately, right? And then you just have like all that together is just so nice, especially when Gladiator decks now, like you can play fewer basic lands because fetch lands are just so good. And that Gladiator decks always have utility lands. There's always a creature land lying around there, or a castle or I don't know, catching somebody's like Phyrexian scrapyard or something. That's kind of hot. So I think this card will see some play. It's hard to say where, because it does have an ETB, but it doesn't have haste. I imagine a deck that cares about the artifact side of this, or like not medium red, big red, will play this. The larger mono red decks could play this. But there's enough juice in this bug that I imagine this card will see play. Limited in where it shows up, but the decks that can play it and are looking for something along the lines of this card are going to be playing this card. Talked about Krenko. I don't think we talked about this Phoenix. 1 red for a 3/3 flying bird. I mean, it's a Phoenix, but it's a bird. When it dies, you may exile it and collect 4 evidence. If you do, return it to the battlefield tapped. I really wish this had haste. Not having haste is just that's a deal breaker for me. I think Phoenixes in general are quite good. They are undervalued in some of the red decks that are trying to get a little bit bigger. Phoenix of Ash is still just kind of a messed up magic card, and I'm shocked that it doesn't see as much play as it used to in red or red X aggressive decks. I'm curious as to how many Phoenixes don't have haste. Because I've been looking at this card for, admittedly, the past month and wondering, like, doesn't have haste, huh? Any guesses? Do we have any guesses? Okay. So there are 35 Phoenixes in Magic the Gathering. There are 35 Phoenixes in Magic the Gathering. How many out of the 35 do you think have haste? The answer is 17. Congratulations to everybody that said 17. Well, I guess that's just Maisms. Congratulations, Maisms. Round of applause. Round of applause. So just under half of the Phoenixes in Magic the Gathering have haste, which means, maybe this not having haste is fine. And somebody mentioned it in chat. Driska says, haste feels awkward when it enters tapped on rebirth anyways. That part can be a little awkward, but you can contextualize it as like, oh, well, when a Phoenix rises from the ashes, it takes a little bit to get going because, it's being reborn. It's the like, oh, I'm free now kind of thing. Giving it haste means that you could justify playing this card in the first place. Like, giving this card haste, it feels like it has haste, right? 1, it's a bird. 2, it's very clearly kind of startling everybody, like it just kind of whoosh in out of nowhere. And I just feel like it would make the play pattern feel, it would make the play pattern feel a little more, interesting, because it gives you a thing to do on 3. You play a flying haste creature, smack them, and then if they kill it, they kill it. You might get it back, but it's tired, it's EP. Bird needs a little rest before it comes back. Yeah, I imagine this card had haste at some point in time. The 5 mana. We talked about all these cards. Talked about all these cards. There's this card that I'm going to talk about. Vengeful Tracker, 1 in a red for a 2/2 human detective. Whenever an opponent sacrifices an artifact, Vengeful Tracker deals 2 damage to them. Yeah, I guess if you really hate clues, or if you really want to just stick it to me at a Canadian Highlander tournament, or treasure is what I meant. Clues, people don't really hate clues, but people hate treasure. Yeah, please don't put this in your deck. I would not recommend playing this card in a Canadian Highlander or Gladiator tournament setting, unless you know that unless it's like a top 8 scenario, and you know that 2 out of 8 of these players are either going to be playing a bunch of artifacts and sending them to the graveyard, or looping like a Lion's Eye Diamond or like a Black Lotus or whatever. I believe I talked about this card. I've talked about Analyze the Pollen. I haven't talked about Archdruid's Charm. Archdruid's Charm. Green, green, green for an instant. You choose one. Search your library for a creature or land card and reveal it. Put it into play tapped if it's a land. Otherwise, you put it into your hand. Oh, 1 second. Big stretch. Oh. That's a big stretch. And then put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. It deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. And then exile target artifact or enchantment. So secretly, this isn't a 3-modal card, right? This is like a 5 modal. There's 5 modes to this, kinda. Like, you exile an artifact, or you exile an enchantment, or you put a 1/1 counter on a thing and fight something, or you find a creature into your hand at instant speed, or you find a land into play tapped at instant speed. And it doesn't, or sorry, not fight, bite. Yeah, or punch. I like bite. Rabid Bite is the one that comes to mind, and bite sounds like fight, so it, works better. Yeah, this card's kind of cracked. Green, green, green is a pretty steep cost, but it's not as bad as you'd think. I mean, you've seen 2-color decks and even 3-color decks cast Archmage's Charm across multiple formats. 3-color decks and Gladiator, maybe not so much, but your mana dorks add green. You've got Yavi Maya running around. You got ways of casting this card. 2-color decks for sure can play this card. 3-color decks, it gets a little iffy, but it's not as bad as you'd think, especially because these decks are often green based. Yeah, this card's very strong. Find yourself Dark Depths. Find yourself a Thespian Stage, instant speed. I mean, it comes into play tapped, but even like end of turn, find Strip and then strip you, or grabbing Gaia's Cradle, untapping and exploding with mana. Tutoring your combo piece and putting into your hand. The play pattern of Elf on 1, Charm on 2, tutoring up Undermountain Adventureer to developing the initiative very early. This card's great. I imagine it'll see a shit ton of play. Like, it is wild. It is absolutely wild. Swan-like Neck, welcome back for the 39th month. This charm looks like broccoli. Oh, it does. And thank you for reminding me. I got some broccoli to eat today. Oh, actually, hold on. I gotta pull something out of the fridge. Thank you. You know what? Everybody give a round of applause, please, to a Swan-like Neck for reminding me that I have something to pull out of the fridge. Just incredible work. Incredible work. One sec. Okay. Audience with Tristani. 2 and a green for a sorcery. You create a 0/1 green plant token. EK, welcome back for the second month. Because it's you, I'm not even upset that I got interrupted. It's my own darn fault. Thank you for letting me sub to you. It's great to be subbing to you. Excited to see you again in a month. Yes, excited for Chicago. Very excited for Chicago. I've got some real dog shit planned to play in Commander, but I'm also just going to take other people's decks and play some reasonable Commander. Also, I've got karaoke on the mind. I wanted to do karaoke, not at Vegas. But we gotta do karaoke. Audience with Tristani. 2 and a green for a sorcery. You create a 0/1 green plant creature token, and then you draw cards equal to the number of differently named creature tokens you control. Cool commander card. Story of this set. Yeah, this isn't going to be playable. Like, maybe this is okay in like a Gladiator, like Naya tokens list, if this is your one like reasonable piece of card draw, but even then it's just so narrow. But really cool for Commander. The first thing I thought about when I saw this card was Volo. Right? I guess there are two Volos. You're going to have so many differently named tokens, which is kind of interesting. Am I planning on hanging in the command zone? I mean, for Chicago, I'm mostly going to be, if I'm not involved in a thing, because I have the panel that I have to do, there's going to be Shivan Wheeler live Magic in Chicago, where it's going to be myself, obviously Shivam, and we're going to be having a special guest, and we're going to be talking about special guest Chris Mooney talking about Streets of New Capenna Commander. We are going to finally get to the bottom of all the cards in Streets of New Capenna Commander set. Nobody knows what cards are there. Nobody has any idea. So we're going to finally figure it out. And then I'm in the Loading Ready Run Chaos event. If I can put together Bant Toxic and there's like a for cash standard event, maybe I'll play that. But like, I think this weekend I'm mostly like free. Like, I think for Chicago, I think I have more time to just kind of muck about at Chicago. Maybe. It depends. I'm also going to be, there's a 75K standard open. What day? Is it a one-day event or is it a multiple-day event? Because I'll be playing some Highlander, I'll be playing some CDH, I'll be playing Canlander with people. Be shooting the shit. Speedy Gonzalez. The Speedy Gonzalez? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for subscribing and joining the channel. Glad to have you. Good to see you. How you doing? How you been? Can I just say this is so rude? I don't think this card's... I actually don't even remember what this card does. No, I don't think this card's great. There is nothing more rude than trampling on a garden. Do you know how hard gardening is? People work so hard to get a garden going. This is so rude. This is just such a... It's very funny for me to be saying this while wearing a shawl, while pouring tea from a pot that looks like this. It is so rude to be trampling over somebody's garden. Dreadful, dreadful, dreadful stuff. Yeah. This is so rude. This makes my, like, I read this card and my hand starts clenching into a fist. I'm just so pissed. Wait, what? Chalk outline? 3 and a green for an enchantment. Whenever one or more creature cards leave your graveyard, create a 2/2 blue detective creature token, then investigate. There's got to be a way we can break this card, right? There's got to be a way that we can break this card. Yeah, it goes infinite with Oval Chase Daredevil. That's kind of hot. It is 4 mana. I'm going to be playing the shit out of this in Commander. I'm going to be playing this in my in my Tormod Prismatic Piper deck. That's kind of funny. Cool card. Cool commander card. I like to think that every time I say cool commander card or good in commander, Wormy fires a gun just right into the ceiling. Just I as somebody that on one hand I am not even understanding. I am open to releases having less cards. Huh? Oh, he's shouting at the TV. I am cool with sets powering down and having fewer cards that just burst into Magic the Gathering set, into the formats I love. This one feels maybe a little too far in that direction. And it also is a part of a trend where instead of getting a steady stream of cards, it does feel sometimes like we get these we get a reduced collection of playable cards for Highlander or Canlander or Commander or like Vintage Cube or whatever. And instead we are just going to get drowned in bullshit when Modern Horizons 3 comes out. You know? Flourishing Bloomkin. 1 and a green for a 0/0. It gets +1/+1 for each creature or each forest you control, with Disguise for 4 and a green. When Flourishing Bloomkin is turned face up, search your library for up to 2 forest cards, reveal them, put 1 into the battlefield tapped and the other into your hand. It does not find basic forests. It finds any forests. So if you have, I guess, I don't know, a triome or whatever that you want to find, great. The thing is, you are probably, if you are playing this, it is only in mono green, and only because you do not have access to Dungrove Elder. And Dungrove Elder is already just a card that doesn't really show up in a lot of mono green lists in Highlander, because it's 3 mana and doesn't have trample. Maybe it should see in more, but you know. I don't know, mono green, this card can be a 2 mana 3/3 pretty easily, but monocolor decks do play a lot of utility lands, and this doesn't have trample or any additional like text on it. Like I guess the text of like, ooh, I play this as a face down, and then I can, once I hit 5, maybe I can hit 6. Like I've died to mono green decks that play cheap aggressive creatures that also just have like Vorinclex and Elder Gargaroth, and maybe this can show up in that, but I'm not super worried, nor am I super enthused about playing this card. Did I talk about hard-hitting question? I think I did. This card rules. How does Disguise work with Blink? The way you want it to. Yeah. 3 mana tutor for a basic land, make a clue is kind of appealing. We talked about this big butt goof. We talked about Sharp-Eyed Rookie. I guess I haven't talked about this card. Slime Against Humanity. 2 and a green for a sorcery. You make a 0/0 ooze token with trample, and you put X/1/1 counters on it, where X is 2 plus the number of cards you own in exile and in your graveyard that are oozes or are named Slime Against Humanity. A deck may have any number of cards named Slime Against Humanity. It's kind of funny that you can like surgical extraction yourself and just dome people out. I will say this though. This is closer to Dragon's approach than the other versions of this card, because you get to play additional cards. beyond this. Dragon's Approach is still the best. It's even for like memeing or whatever. But like this card is, at least it lets you play other cards technically. I mean, for the sake of, I guess, Commander mostly. And yeah, making a bunch of trampling idiots. This is just Jade. Wait, hold. This is just Jade Druid. This is just, we're just playing Jade Druid. How did I not realize this until now? This is just Jade Druid. I'll make a larger man, and then I'll make an even larger man. Cool Jade Druid deck. Oh. I'm gonna click on this card because it's got a cute little mole on it. Tunnel Tipster. 1 and a green for a 1/1 Mole Scout. Beginning of the end step of a face down creature entered the battlefield under your control. Put a 1/1 counter on it and tapped out a green. This card's pretty good in limited. Yeah, that kind of rules for limited. Yeah. Golems are a girl's best friend. Ring ding. God, I haven't thought about Jade Druid for a long time. Remember how annoying Taunt Druid used to be? Very cute art. When your perp goes underground, I know where to find him. You mean fun? No way. No way. Taunt Druid fucking... What do you mean used to be? Is Taunt Druid back in Standard? I haven't played... I didn't play the Cowboy set for Hearthstone. I was playing Standard Hearthstone. Which was fun. I got to Legend with... the Secret Arcane Hunter. That deck was a lot of fun. And Totem Shaman was kind of fun too, but I don't know what Druid is doing right now. Yeah, Spreading Plague, what a cool card. Undergrowth Recon. 1 green for an enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, you return target land from your graveyard to play tapped. I'm gonna play the shit out of this card. And I don't think it's particularly good. It requires a little bit to get going, but it works with fetch lands at the very least. Getting to strip people over and over again is pretty hot too. It's just a card that doesn't impact the board necessarily and requires additional resources, which is usually not a big, like that's a bit of a stinker. But the fact that it happens oh, it's on upkeep. Why did I think it was on end step? For some reason, I thought this was on end step. No, this card sucks. Yeah, this card stinks. I thought it was on end step. I thought it was like you don't get it this turn, but you get it the next turn. Like, you know, I thought you get to untap it the next turn. Yeah, this kind of stinks. I mean, I'll play it in Commander. There's probably some Gladiator bullshit that I'll play it in too, you know. All right. Did I talk about the Quake Mole? I feel like I talked about this mole. I talked about Aurelia. I haven't talked about Breakout. I can go back to the mole. I did not. Okay, I'll talk about the mole in a second. Breakout. Red and a green for a sorcery. Look at the top 6 cards of your library and you can reveal a creature card from among them. If that card has mana value 2 or less, you may put it onto the battlefield and it gains haste until end of turn. If you didn't, put it onto the battlefield this way. Put it into your hand and the rest on the bottom of the library in a random order. Frank Karsten did the math on this card, right? I remember seeing Frank tweeting about this card. When I'm in Chicago, will you try the local after sausage, Malort? I'll try Malort. Actually, no, yeah, I made a pact with people to try Malort. Yeah, I'll try Malort. I will try anything that is like when I was in Philly and people are like, you got to get a Philly cheesesteak. Then I talked to people from Philly and they're like, I mean, if you want it, you go to here, but you should really go to this place. And I was like, okay, I would rather just eat some like Amish meat. And that was delicious. That was incredible. But if there's booze, I'll try local booze. That's more appealing to me. It's very funny to me that there's just like a, hey, do you want to try this dog shit liquor that locals drink? It's like, yeah, of course I do. Oh, I know it's not supposed to be good, but you know, never stopped me before. Ahoy, Hydra. Yes, I will be at Amsterdam. I cannot elaborate on that, but I will be in Amsterdam. Where did you go? You did the math on this card. Okay. So if you are playing Breakout in your deck, you need to have like 30. This is wild. You need to have like 30 creatures that cost like 35 or something creatures to cost 2 or less. Skip the mole. Absolutely, Wormy. Thank you for the $5 donation. Yeah, you need like 30 to 35 creatures or whatever in your deck for 100 cards. I took What? Kiefer made a very funny joke. What is it? Uh-huh. I don't get it. Thank you, honey. You're very funny. I don't get it. I don't get it. Yeah, this card, you need a shitload of cards in order to put something into play. So if you're paying 2 mana to look at the top 6 and get a creature with mana value 2 or less into play, you need 30 to 35 or whatever, right? I guess that's with 100 cards. If you are casting this, it changes, right? The probability changes of when you are casting this, how many cards are left in your deck, and how many cards, how many creature cards are left in your deck as well. It shifts. The point is, I wouldn't play this. I guess what I'm getting at is that these continue to be not great. No, not that one. Talked about you. This card's kind of interesting. Evidence Examiner. Green and a blue for a 2/2 Merfolk Detective. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may collect evidence 4. And whenever you collect evidence, you create a clue token. I talked about Dredge the Canal. I'm kind of mid on it, but it has enough good going for it that it could play in some Magic the Gathering decks. I'm not super stoked on that kind of card. It's one of those cards that looks better in theory, but in practice you're just like, oh, I wish the timing on this card would be a bit better, you know? Yeah, this card, repeatable collecting of evidence is interesting. Repeatable investigating is interesting. Getting to make clues over and over again. Evidence 4 is not a huge amount, so you'll probably get a couple of goes with this card. And the cards that you would want to play in gameobjects.deck, like Old Rutstein and friends, tend to either self-mill, have looting involved, or they are just 3 mana cards that they will die and you will be able to get more clues off of this. So if you really want to push that those kind of themes in this deck, then this is fine. But it's not the be all end all. It's just interesting that it's repeatable investigation on a 2-drop in the right colors. And then the collection of evidence is like, it's not the cheapest thing in the world, but it's also not that unrealistic that you get to make a couple of extra clues from this. I think I talked about how this card is a big meanie. None of the split cards are good, if I recall. Talked about the Drake. I like the Drake. And I can talk about some of these cards. If it says collect evidence X, like the dragon, can X be 0? Yes. Because collect evidence is X or greater, right? Draw 2 cards. Ill-timed explosion. 4 mana sorcery. Draw 2 cards, then you may discard 2 cards. When you do, ill-timed explosion deals X damage to each creature where X is the greatest mana value among cards discarded this way. I actually don't hate this Magic card. It's kind of funny. Again, classic Magic player thing of asking for an entirely different card. This is one of these cards where I wish you could discard, like, can I just draw 2, discard 1 and board wipe? But, you know, Faithless Looting, a Wrath of God that Faithless Lootings is not nothing in Gladiator, that is. And sometimes you're just like, well, I'm not doing anything. I'm just going to draw 2 cards. I could see this card being played in Reanimator, especially because 4 mana, draw 2 cards, pitch my big idiot, clear the board. You now have to rebuild, and you have to rebuild that either you have to rebuild in a way that can either beat out what I'm about to reanimate, or you have to not use your mana and try to interact with me in a different way. Like you have to like hold up removal or use your mana to try and strip my hand of ways to reanimate my creature or exile my creature, that kind of thing. So yeah, this card has a bunch of different ways that you can play it. You could just be like 4 mana, draw 2. Great. Or 4 mana, draw 2, discard 2, wrath the board. Great. We talked about Azoni. Insidious Roots is kind of fun. This is some wild art. I think I talked about this card, though. Yeah, I did. Cool commander card. Talked about you. This card's good. Huh? Kylox's Volt Strider. Oh, you want me to talk about the roots? All right. Game Theory, pretty good album. Things Fall Apart is my preferred Roots album. Insidious Roots. Black and a green for an enchantment. Creature tokens you control have tap, add 1 mana of any color. And then whenever 1 or more creature cards leave the graveyard, you make a 0/1 plant and then put a 1/1 counter on each plant you control. I mean, it's 2 mana. That's pretty nice. Works with your dredge cards. Works with your Bloodghasts. Casts Hogak. Okay, I'm actually more on this card than not. I'm not saying that I'm automatically slamming it into every dredge deck, because dredge is such a tight list for such a collection of dog shit cards. It's very funny. But yeah, this card, you can do some broken stuff. It's not it is not once per turn, and each individual dredging is going to cause this to trigger, right? Each individual game action, a replacement effect for dredging, right? You like dredge 2 things and you are going to make 2 tokens. And then you play a land and make another token, and they all get bigger. Okay, yeah, I'm on this card now. I'm into this. I'm in it to win it. I mean, I guess if I'm playing dredge, who knows, you know, how much I'm in it to win it? Debatable. Yeah, I mean, you throw an anger in there and that's pretty good. Somebody said Boston Dynamics. That's very funny to me. Okay. Kylox's Volt Strider. 1 blue and a red for a 4/4 artifact vehicle. Collect evidence 6. It becomes an artifact creature until end of turn. Whenever it attacks, you may cast an instant or sorcery spell from among the cards exiled with it. And if that spell would be put into a graveyard, you put it on the bottom of the owner's library instead. And you crew for 2. Why is this a mythic? I mean, in draft, this has got to be pretty good. But sure, why not? I feel like my general reaction to a lot of the cards in this set are, yeah, okay. Or like, yeah, somebody's going to really like this. Oh, cool. Yeah, I guess it's pretty cool for a commander. Or limited. Like, I don't want to, lowball limited play. But Wizards does because they got rid of draft boosters. Honk, honk. Oh, yeah, this is pretty good in River Song, I guess, for commander. Yeah, I'm just not enthused. This card I kind of like. Lazov, Wearer of Faces. Good name. Blue and a black for a 2/3 legendary shapeshifter detective that says whenever Lazov attacks, exile target card from a graveyard, then investigate. Whenever you sack a clue, you may have Lazov become the copy of target card exiled with it until end of turn. I like this one. The mana that you would spend to make Lazov into the card replaces itself. Like, you just get to draw a card. That's pretty great. Just being a 2-mana 2/3 in blue-black means that you have, like, you're a blue-black card that is, like, reasonable on the defense is pretty interesting. Attacking and exiling cards in the graveyard, not so bad. And just making clues. Yeah, I like this card. You don't even have to get that fancy with it, right? Like, this card becoming a copy of somebody's questing beast or, becoming a fly, like a Vendilion Clique or whatever, is pretty neat. Yeah, it's a shame there's no ETB, but what you gonna do? I guess there's this ley line, but it's not really... This card sucks. We talked about Melik. Oh, we haven't talked about you. No, we did talk about you. We talked about him, is it? Officious Interrogation. White and a blue for an instant. The spell costs white and a blue more to cast for each target beyond the first. Choose any number of target players. Investigate X, where X is the total number of creatures those players control. This can be a lot of clues. I don't think this is playable. But this could be a lot of clues. Like, I got creatures, you got creatures, spend 4 mana to make like 6 clues. That's a lot. That's a lot. But it's a lot of mana. Just pay 2 mana to make 3 clues. I don't know. How much mana would you have to... If you had a spell that cost 2 mana that just said create N clues, how many clues would it have to make for it to be Gladiator playable? Commander, it doesn't matter. Everything's Commander playable. But 4, 7, 3. The first ability, a keyword, Strive. Yeah. This could have been Strive. How many 0/3 crabs come with it? I think my answer is 3. I'm not convinced of this card in formats where people are trying to kill each other, which are my preferred formats. We did talk about the mana leak. It's likely the best card in the set. Push, pull. I mean, you know what? This card's not the worst. Push and pull. 1 and then a hybrid Orzhov. Destroy target tapped creature as a sorcery. And then 4, 2 hybrid Rakdos. Put up to 2 target creature cards from a single graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. They gain haste until end of turn, and you sacrifice them at the beginning of the next end step. I mean, this card could kill people. I'm leaning the wrong way. No, my camera's reversed. I mean, I guess I should lean this way if it's the bit. I could do the like, huh? And then everybody goes, ha ha, ha ha ha. Yeah, I don't know. Like 6 mana, reanimate 2 things, give them haste, and then just kill you is pretty interesting. And then you can also just pay 2 to kill an opponent's creature. That seems fine. Sorcery speed has to be tapped. This will do a thing. I would consider playing this in whatchamacallit. My camera's reversed. Why can I read Emery? Oh, it isn't. I don't know. I'm turning this way because my monitor is this way. It's putting the image out to me, not out to you. I believe that's why. You know, rotational stuff and all that jazz. Yeah, my left is your right. Pre-recorded stream? No, you don't get to... Just because you can't rotate an apple in your head doesn't mean that this is a pre-recorded stream. What else do we have? What the fuck is this? Relive the past. 5 green and a white for a sorcery. Return it to 1 target artifact, 1 target land, and 1 target non-aura enchantment from the battlefield from the graveyard to play. There are 5/5 elementals in addition to their other types. I mean, this is very expensive, but this is, I mean, you know, pretty funny. Not great. God, these cards are bad. I'm sorry, these cards are bad. This card's kind of interesting. Soul Search. White and a black for a sorcery. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it. Exile that card. If that card's mana value is 1 or less, you make a 1/1 white and black spirit token with flying. So it's a castigate, but if you hit like a removal spell, then you get to make a 1/1 bird. Kind of cool if you want some additional hand attack in your white-black deck. But, you know, it's a card that gets more powerful when it's in a tough spot. You are more likely to make a 1/1 in higher power formats. But in higher power formats, you are less likely to include a castigate in your deck. That's it. Exiling's kind of interesting, though. Fuck that Minsk and Boo. Talked about you, talked about you. This card's just, like, bad. Treacherous Greed, great art. 1 white and a black for an instant. Additional cost to cast a spell. Sack a creature that dealt damage this turn. Draw 3 cards. Each opponent loses 3 and you gain 3 life. So a creature has to have dealt damage, survived, and then you want to get rid of it to cash in. Yeah, it's a little weird. Don't think it's worth it. That's a powerful effect, but that's a very heavy restriction. Timmy Daisky, welcome back for the 7th month. Yeehaw, Mulder. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Yeah, there are ways of getting this going, but it's just, they don't really jive, you know? Good in Commander. Finally, some good fucking food. Tristani 3 Whispers. Selesnya, hybrid, green and a white for a 4/4 legendary creature Dryad. 1 and a green, target creature gains death touch until end of turn. Hybrid green-white, target creature gains vigilance until end of turn. 2 and a white, target creature gains double strike until end of turn. I love it. I mean, it's a 3 mana 4/4, so I'm sold. It's just a big donkey. Giving your mana dorks death touch, pretty strong. Giving your other big idiots, including itself, vigilance, pretty strong. Your opponent having nothing and you get a double striking idiot in there, kills them dead. I like this card quite a bit. I'm going to be playing it in Gladiator and in Canadian Highlander. Even though it does get Caracas, green-white tends to be an archetype that can... Green-white that is willing to play big idiots like this is typically an archetype that can clear up the Caracas that's lying around, you know? Yeah, and then 4 mana combat is impossible. Like, if you get to 4 mana with this card, 5 mana, combat is impossible. Urgent Necropsy. 2, a black and a green for an instant. As additional cost to cast a spell, collect evidence X, where X is the total mana value of the permanents this spell targets. Destroy up to 1 target artifact, 1 target creature, 1 target enchantment, and 1 target planeswalker. So, this is an interesting card. It gets better in Commander. That's usually the case for expensive bad cards. But in Gladiator, 4 mana, you know, exile a couple of... not even exile a couple things. 4 mana, like, exile your graveyard to destroy a creature and a planeswalker, or an enchantment and a creature. It could maybe come up. This is a big cost, though, which is kind of funny because it lines up better with Gladiator. I'm not super impressed with this card. Aside from the artwork, this artwork is a slam dunk. But maybe I've just been spending too much time thinking about the Golgari. But yeah, like 4 mana, exile your graveyard, kill your Leyline Binding and your creature, or get your Planeswalker and your Leyline Binding, or your Ossification off the board. Like that's not bad. That's not bad. It's limited where it sees play, and it's a real pisser when you don't have it, which is likely which shuts it out of seeing widespread play, or, well, even that much play, honestly. But I don't think it's the most embarrassing card to try playing, you know, especially at instant speed. We talked about the gorgeous jellyfish dress. Yeah, we talked about all these cards. Not you, though. World Soul's Rage. X red and a green for a sorcery. World Soul's Rage deals X damage to any target, and you put X lands from your hand and or graveyard onto the battlefield tapped. This one is so funny. I might consider playing this card in Canadian Highlander. Because it's getting your lands from your hand or graveyard into play is hilarious, where you could just be like, dump mana, here you go. Being able to ping somebody's creature and then put get an explore effect, also pretty funny. Finishing off a planeswalker, get your stuff back, pretty funny. But it's also just I'm going to kill you mana sink for the lands decks that can generate infinite mana and then don't know what to do with it. And I think that's pretty interesting. Like, the fact that you can just have this in your lands deck, like your lands deck, and be like, okay, I'm going to pay 3 and kill your Vendilion Clique and bring back my strip, right? Or bring back my, I don't know, fucking Rishadan Port, or my Nurturing Peatland, or whatever. Sure. But then later on, you could be like, oh, well, I generate infinite mana. I guess I'm going to World Soul's Rage and Fireball you. It's kind of funny. Yeah. I don't think it's a lands mid-range kind of card, but I do think that in like a more combo-y or engine-based lands deck. I don't hate it, especially because that's a deck that is already lighter on the interaction. This way you can justify playing a piece of interaction that also reinforces your game plan. Yaris, Roar of the Old Gods. Oh, this is a weird face-down creature. 2 red and a green for a 4/4 Centaur Druid. It's a legend. Other creatures you control have haste. Whenever one or more face-down creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, you draw a card. And whenever a face-down creature you control dies, return to the battlefield tapped, or return to the battlefield face down under its owner's control if it's a permanent card, and then turn it face up. Cool commander. It's so funny that Centaur, there's not like a huge Centaur like theme. People want to build commander decks with any creature type, but it's just very funny that this just is like a Centaur commander that you could play because it dips into the red Centaurs that exist, and just doesn't give a shit about half of what Centaurs do. I guess giving them haste is pretty interesting. Can I look at this standard deck? I think you're on the right path. I would probably include more. I would definitely include Kumano faces Kakazan instead of Blazing Crescendo. And I don't think you actually need Delny in here. I know that that's a new card and a really appealing card to play. But if you're going to play Delny and like Mentor and stuff, maybe you play Helping Hands, because that also works with Demand Answers. But you're on the right track. And yeah, anytime somebody wants to play more Lightning Helix in the world, I mean, who am I to stop them? There's this case I don't really care about. Did I talk about this card? This card stinks. It's so bad. Cryptex. 2-mana artifact, tap, collect 3, add 1 mana of any color, put an unlock counter on it, and then sacrifice it, surveil 3, then draw 3 cards, use only if there's 5 or more counters. Jesus fucking Christ. You want me to mow your lawn too? Like, anything else you want me to do while I'm here? Tap, collect 3 evidence, and provide the last 4 digits of your credit card number. Just so much shit. Yeah, I think that's it for the main set. I don't, is everything out? It's not complete. There might be some other cards that have come out that we can talk about. Or is this the entire card gallery? It's complete? All right. My general thoughts on this set. It's going to be really cool to play limited. I hope I enjoy this limited environment. Some of these cards seem pretty cool for standard. I'm going to forget about this in 4 months. I'm going to forget about this set in 4 months. And not just because of, you know, the cowboy set or whatever. It's just, yeah. I like the artwork. The artwork's incredible. I think that the name on the cards and the goofiness is pretty interesting. The top down design's pretty interesting. But yeah, there's just so much stuff, and this is not too exciting for me. On to the commander cards. You know what? Before I start talking about commander cards, let me go take some meds. Maybe that'll make maybe if I take some meds, talking about commander cards is going to be pretty interesting. Give me a second here. All right. There we go. Now we're in the now we're in the mood to talk about commander cards. Armed with proof. 2 and a white for an enchantment. When armed with proof enters the battlefield, you investigate twice. Clues, you control our equipment in addition to their other types. And have equipped creatures get +2/+0 and equip 2. It's kind of nice that they've given the clues decks ways to actually kill people. That's kind of something that is a little bit of an issue with, like, you know, there wasn't really clues decks beforehand. There are decks that tried to care about clues a bit. Hell, I've tried to build some of them myself. But being able to now have a couple of different ways that you can actually kill people with clues. The poisoners, cards like this. There's a jellyfish or a squid or something that'll be another good example. Yeah, kind of cool. I wish there was a way, because new cards just means cards that were added to the preview gallery. That's not what I want. I want brand new cards, unless we can talk about Exalted Angel. Oh, God. I am in desperate need of getting a foiled German Exalted Angel from Onslaught. That is my white whale. I would die for this magic card. It is great. God, this card is so fucking fun. I kind of wish Exalted Angel was playable in Highlander again. For a while it was, like, even up until the past couple of years, you could consider playing this card in Highlander in like a mono white, like a medium white deck, or even like green white. I know that sounds like nostalgia talking, but there are very few things that can kill a technically a 6 mana 4/5 like lifelinker. Can't hit it with Fatal Push. You couldn't hit it with Eliminate. Couldn't Abrupt Decay it. Doesn't die to Bolt. Doesn't die to... I mean, it dies to Unholy Heat that is maxed out. But, like, yeah, this card rules. Tax into Brazen Borrowers and everything. This card fucks. It's such a shame that Baldur's Gate Commander Legends had to happen. But, you know. Great set. Hate the initiative. But, and what it did to what kind of creatures are actually playable. But, fuck yeah. God, I love this card. A Moral Obligation. 1 and a white instant. Return target creature card from an opponent's graveyard to their control with a duty counter on it. Hehehe. As long as that creature has a duty counter on it, it is goaded. Can't attack you or a permanent you control, and can't block creatures you control. I like these kind of cards. They run into some issue with flickering effects and blink effects and all that. Where it's like, great, have your thing back, kill these two. And they're like, okay, now I'm going to flicker this card, now I'm going to kill you. But aside from that, you know, it's cheap, it's an instant, you can muck other people. It's kind of nice. Can't block, and it can't block creatures you control. That's a nice little addition. Merchant of Truth. Jesus, this art goes hard. 2 white for a 2/5 Angel Detective with flying. Whenever a non-token creature you control dies, investigate. Clue tokens. Wait, clues you control have Exalted.
Lord of Cinder.
There's no way I'm playing this and ruin your evening. But I will be playing... This is a kind of card that I would just play in a lot of white X decks. Like, just having a non-token creature dying and turning itself into a clue is pretty interesting. Like, that's in white as well. Like, hell yeah. I'm down to clown for this kind of card. 5 toughness is a lot of toughness, too. I could play this in a really bad version of Ruin Your Evening. I mean, nobody's going to stop me. Look who's Fatagian. Welcome back for the 2nd month. Glad to have you. Good to see you. How you doing? How you been? Thank you for the support. How you doing? How you been? What up? Oh, this card. Otherworldly Escort. 3 and a white for a 4/3 human detective with flash. When Otherworldly Escort dies, if it's not a spirit, return it to play under its owner's control with 4 charge counters on it. Charge counters. It's a spirit detective. 1 and a white, tap. Remove a charge counter from Otherworldly Escort. Destroy target creature that dealt damage to you this turn. Yeah, it's Yu Yu Hakusho. At the and suddenly, cool card. Very cool card. Not just for the anime reference, but a very cool card. Card is from New Capenna. I've seen that a lot, and I feel like, I don't know. People saying that this set, that the new MKM stuff looks like Capenna, or it's just Capenna and not Ravnica. It's giving Boss Baby vibes, you know? Getting big Boss Baby vibes from it. Whoa, is this new? Redemption Arc. 2 and a white for an enchant creature, aura. Enchanted creature is indestructible and is goaded. And you can pay 1 and a white, exile enchanted creature. That card rules. Americana? It's not even all Americana. Europe exists. Do you know how hard it is to convince Americans that Europe exists? That I feel like Americans must think that Europeans, that Europeans at like the turn of the century were like all just feudal peasants still. Outside of England, I guess. You won't believe where Sherlock Holmes is from. Like, it will blow your mind. He's from Boston? Yeah, Ravnica is Prague. This card's kind of cool. Serene Sleuth. 1 and a white for a 2/2 human detective. When Serene Sleuth ETBs, investigate. And when at the beginning of combat on your turn, investigate for each goaded creature you control. Then each creature you control is no longer goaded. Kind of cool. 2 mana 2/2 investigates. This is a very niche line of text, but I guess it's nice to have because there are certain. It's nice to have as a card that replaces itself, so you don't feel super bad even if you include it in a deck that doesn't investigate a lot. And then it just gives you a way to, you know, actually make decisions with your aggressive deck. And yeah, it counters the Boros deck. That's kind of funny. Trouble in Pairs. 2 white for an enchantment. If an opponent would begin an extra turn, that player skips that turn instead. And whenever an opponent attacks you with 2 or more creatures, draws their second card each turn, or casts their second spell each turn, you draw a card. Yeah, this card is pretty good. It's pretty good. I always love telling people they don't get to take extra turns in Commander, because I think that's the worst thing that you can do in Commander. One of the biggest issues with Commander is it already just takes so fucking long to do anything, right? And not even in a like, I don't have an attention span, and like, why do they get to take their turn, right? But it's just, shit just takes forever. And adding extra turns also just, you know, you only get one. Wait, if they would begin an extra turn, What do you mean you only get one? What am I missing? If an opponent would begin an extra turn, that player skips that turn instead. Whenever an opponent attacks you with 2 or more creatures, draws their second card each turn, or casts their second spell each turn, you draw a card. Did somebody ask a rules question that I don't see? Oh, you're making a bad joke, but somebody else made the bad joke. Are you telling me that 2 people in chat here had the same idea for the same bad joke? That's unbelievable. Unrelated, did you see how many people were making Law and or by Law and Order sausage victims unit jokes? Which in itself is like, I get it. It's wordplay, but also it's just kind of fucked up if you think about it. Goes perfect in my mono white card drawing deck. So true, bestie. I too want to just draw additional cards and play and continue playing mono white. Yeah, this card's pretty good. It is 4 mana, but it's pretty good. Whoa, this art goes... Oh, this card rules. Hold on. We're not even here yet. True Identity. 1 and a white for an enchantment. Whenever True Identity or another permanent you control is turn face up, you scry 1 and then you draw a card. Excuse me. This ability only triggers once each turn. Disguise for a white. It's great. Nice secret plans. It'd be a shame if I could play it in my Naya disguise / morph / cloak / manifest deck now. Cool card. Oh, very cool card. And yeah, it having disguise itself is nice. SWAT bot. Welcome back for the 6th month. Need my hat back. There you go. You got your hat. You even got boots. They look great on you. Thank you so much for all the support. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Unexplained Absence. 3 and a white for an instant. For each player, exile up to 1 target non-land permanent that player controls. Ow. For each permanent exiled this way, its controller cloaks the top card of their library. It's 4 mana. It's an instant. That's pretty interesting. Yeah, it's just AWOL. It's pretty good. It's just... It's like a... it's a beast within for everyone. But you can't hit utility lands. Or I guess in this case, it's a generous gift for everyone. But you can't hit utility lands. Oh my god. I had physio a couple of days ago. And we did dry needling. I don't know if you know what this is. If you're really bad with needles, you're gonna want to mute me for a very quick second. It's also called IMS. It's the most fake sounding thing. It's one of those things where you hear it the first time and you're like, oh, so it's just bullshit, right? It's another lifestyle thing that isn't real. But no, it's actually real. This one is just, they take a needle and they stab you in the muscle or an affected trigger point, and they just fucking go at it. Like it's literally just like, huh, and it feels so weird. Yeah, IMS, intramuscular stimulation. But it's great. You feel like, well, you don't feel that bad, but it feels like you've just had a huge workout. Yeah, it is wild. I got it done on my pecs and my biceps, and it felt like I did the next day felt like I did an entire day of like chest work. It was wild. It's great, by the way. If you work at a computer all day, And or if you see a physiotherapist or want, like, you feel like you have really tight muscles or whatever, highly recommend it. It rules. Oh yeah, the electric shocks work too. The what is that? Hey, Thames, a Thames machine is what it's called. Right? You're sitting at a computer at work. Does that count? Yes. Yeah, that's fine. You should do it. Getting all the bad parts to work out without the good parts. Well, you get the good parts. It's great for, it helps for movement and mobility issues, and just like pain and tightness, and increases blood flow and stuff. But yeah, it was funny. The first time it was pitched to me, I was like, I've never heard of this. This sounds fake. Are you just trying to, like, you're not just trying to do some like bullshit acupuncture stuff, right? And no, it's real. It's real and cool and good. Empty Nest, welcome back for the 28th month. How you doing? How you been? Glad to have you. Good to see. Thank you for all the support. Veiled Ascension. This art rules. It makes me want to play Dark Souls 3 again. 3 and a white for an enchantment. When Veiled Ascension enters the battlefield, you put a flying counter on each face-down creature you control. Face-down creatures you control enter the battlefield with a flying counter on them. And then at the beginning of your upkeep, you can cloak the top card of your deck. So it ETBs, and then all your morphs now have flying. And even after they flip face up, they're still going to have flying. And then any future morphs you play come into play with a flying counter on it. And then every upkeep, you just get them. Oh yeah. We're done with needles. Yeah, this card rules. This card is so good. I'm actually just going to play this in like a lot of white creature decks. Yeah, it's big Primordial Mist vibes. Big fan of this card. Big fan of this card. What? Case of the Shifting Visage. 1 blue for an enchantment. It's a case. At the beginning of your upkeep, you surveil 1. To solve, there have to be 15 or more cards in your graveyard. And when it's solved, the case says whenever you cast a non-legendary creature spell, copy that spell. 2 things. 1, I don't know if this is just a case of limited space on the card, but God bless them for having non-legendary instead of whenever you cast a creature spell, you get to copy that spell. And if it was legendary, it's no longer legendary. Love it. Love it to bits. This card's great. I mean, if you want to focus on surveilling and dumping cards into your yard, it's just nice to be able to get a free go at that every turn. Sculpt your draws. Getting to 15 cards or more is not that difficult to do. And then this payoff is absurd. Hell yeah. Copy Catchers. 1 and a blue for a 2/1 fairy with flying. Whenever you surveil, you can pay 2. And if you do, create a token that's a copy of Copy Catchers. This is very mana intensive to get a bunch of them, but God, they need a Wrath because this just gets out of hand so quickly. I mean, it's you got to be playing the Surveil deck where you surveil to get the Copy Catchers, but wow, this gets out of hand quickly. Oof. Detective of the Month. This card is fucked. 2 and a blue for a 2/3 human detective with Ascend. If you have the City's Blessing, then detectives you control can't be blocked, including itself, and the tokens it generates, which says whenever you draw your second card each turn, you make a 2/2 detective token. Notably, the commander of this deck is a detective that starts hitting for 4 damage almost immediately. It is so easy to just kill people with this card in your in that Bant detective stack. Like, holy smokes. Yeah, if you have clues, great. Makes getting the City's Blessing super easy. If you're playing Commander, great. Makes getting the City's Blessing super easy. I don't think this card is going to be Canadian Highlander playable. We have yet to come across one of those that I believe is. But that's, you know, pretty cool ability that kills people dead. On a 3-drop. Okay. Final word Phantom. 2 and a blue for a spirit detective with flash and flying. During each opponent's end step, you may cast spells as though they had flash. Just one more thing. They made a Columbo card, R.I.P. Peter Falk. I mean, this card, I lost it when I saw this card. It was great. This card fucking rules. It's sick. Yeah. As like, just like thematically. As a magic card, this is also extremely good. It being a 1/4 is nice because it just like doesn't get got by Brotherhood's End and all those like cheaper sweepers or like earthquake effects that can't hit flyers. It having flash itself means that you can just like go to their end step, flash this out, then play something brutal and then untap and then do whatever you need to do. Like, I know I spent a lot of time talking about how people default to casting the card at the last possible time when really they should cast the card at the best time to cast that card. But this is different. This is just like, yeah, casting stuff on your opponent's end step is fine. I want to do that anyways, you know? Very cool card. Very cool card. Very strong card too. Big fan of this magic card for several reasons. You should have heard the noise when I first saw this card. Follow the bodies. 2 and a blue for a sorcery, Gravestorm, and investigate. If you don't know what Gravestorm is, when you cast a spell, you copy it for each permanent put into the graveyard from the battlefield this turn. So, I've thought about this card, and I think it's too much. It's too expensive, and it's too win more. But it's a lot closer than it looks. Because may I remind everybody that Yawgmoth's Jacuzzi, aka Jacuzzi on Commission, started out as a Gravestorm deck. And look at it now. It technically exists. Very cool magic card. Very cool magic card. They reprinted Kappa Cannoneer. Just saying, now this card is going to be hopefully a lot cheaper. This fucking card. Tangle Trove Kelp. 7 mana for a 6/6 artifact creature clue plant. Wait, was what at common? This card's not at common. These cards aren't rares. This is a rare. Don't worry. The set symbol is really difficult to parse the rarity, much like, you know, every other set symbol that has come out recently. I'm kind of curious as to why that is. Why does it feel like there's been a trend of these set symbols being difficult to parse their rarity? I know it says it in the bottom left corner, but... So anyway, 7 mana 6/6 artifact creature clue plant with ward 2. And at the beginning of each combat, other clues you control become 6/6 plants in addition to their other types until end of turn. And then because it's a clue, you can pay 2, sack it, and draw a card. This card rules. If you are playing the clue deck, this card will fucking kill people. It is so big. Do you know how easy it is for the clue deck to make clues? And then they're just a bunch of 6. Like, this is huge. This card is genuinely scary in that deck. Big fan. Also, I just like that it's a clue plant. It's just like, okay. So you planted this clue? Watcher of Hours. 5 and a blue for a 6/6 Sphinx with flying and ward 3. Whenever you remove a time counter from Watcher of the Hours while it's exiled, you surveil 1, and it has suspend for 6. If you're a deck that really wants to self-mill and do it quite a bit, this card's pretty great for you to play. Especially because it's a card. Suspend on a difficult, like ward 3 is pretty reasonable cost to pay. People are unlikely to be able to or want to pay that cost. Suspending this card and then just getting a 6/6 flying ward 3 haste creature is pretty strong. You get to sculpt your draws, you get to fill up your graveyard, and then you get to go, oh, Wrath of God, clear the board, come back to your turn, get a 6/6 flying ward 3 with haste, and then spend that mana to reanimate. And now you have the best board in play. And you get to immediately do something if you really want to. You get to immediately hit. Very cool card. Very cool card. Not going to be seen in Canadian Highlander, though. I always look out for these the suspend cards because, you know, 2 mana for a 6/6 flying ward 3 is not bad. What's going on with the stomach? Sphinxes, am I right? They're just weird. Charnel Serenade. 4 black for a sorcery. Surveil 3, return a creature card from your graveyard to play with a finality counter on it, and then you exile the Serenade with 3 time counters. And then suspend 3. Card's great. If you're doing anything with the graveyard or reanimation or playing big things, play this card. I like this callback. There are 2 the refrains or the crescendos, something like that, from Strixhaven. The blue and the red one. Now you have a black one. And they're all a callback. Let's not forget the originals, okay? Let's remember where we came from. Let's remember Chronomatic Escape, Reality Strobe, the black one that I don't remember, Arc Blade, and the green one that has another name that I don't remember, but I think it's CC. Look, it was 20 years ago. I don't remember. Yeah, this card's great. Dusk. I have Dusk Mantle. If you got a thing for eyes, close yours. 7 mana, 3/8 flying lifelink. It's an eye. You may play lands and cast spells from among cards in your graveyard you surveilled this turn, and if you cast a spell this way, you may pay life equal to its mana cost or mana value rather than paying its cost. So, if you are playing the Surveil deck, this card is cracked. That's it. Pretty cool that you could just dump a bunch of cards in your graveyard and then just cast them for free and play lands. You just get to Yogg-Will. You just get to like Yogg-Will for everything you surveil. It is a 7 mana card. 8 toughness is a lot of toughness though. It might stick around. Also, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's a giant eye on the artwork right here. Just right here. Yo, this card is the sleeper OP card. And by OP, I mean it's just really good. Foreboding Steamboat. 5 mana 5/7 vehicle. It's an artifact. When it ETBs, each player chooses 2 non-token, non-vehicle creatures they control. Exile them until it leaves the battlefield. Whenever it attacks, you put a card exiled with it into its owner's graveyard. If you do, investigate. Then it's crew 2. That's pretty huge. You just get to... you get this big old boat that mucks everybody's board. Yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty big boat. I just like it. It's a big boat. Play it in King Makar. Love it. There's something about a steamboat that feels off, like as far as magic goes. Wait a minute. There are people with computers in this game now. There are real world human beings in Magic the Gathering. In Ravnica, basically, yeah. This is a steamboat. It's all about steam. There's a space dog. Yeah. Love that they reprinted Necromancy. This is great. This card needed a reprint. Unshakable Trail. 2 and a black for a 3/2 zombie detective. Says when Unshakable Tail enters the battlefield and at the beginning of your upkeep, you surveil 1. No, that's a pre-existing starfish. Whenever one or more creature cards are put into your graveyard from your library, you investigate. And pay 2, sack a clue, return it from your graveyard to your hand. Pretty cool card in I like it in a zombie deck, honestly, or like a self-mill kind of dredgy kind of deck. This artwork is hilarious to me because he's like, have you seen this guy? And it's just him. He doesn't even know. He's a zombie looking for, like, he's tailing himself. This is the same guy. He's got the same glasses, got the same eyes and everything. Well, these eyes are a little more droopy. Very cool. That's why he's unshakable. He's tasked with finding the body of himself. but he's himself. Bolt Bender. 3 and a red for a 4/2 goblin wizard with disguise for 1 and a red. When Bolt Bender is turned face up, you may choose new targets for any number of other spells and abilities. Yeah, we already did white. There's some cool stuff in this set, mostly for white. Spoiler alert, the North 100 set review, white is the biggest category, outside of gold, but gold is unfair. Yeah, they made Willbender into a red card. My one downside with the disguise and the ward 2 is that I miss, like, it's kind of, it loses a bit of the fun part of morph. I say fun as somebody with a somewhat encyclopedic knowledge of the game. Kiefer says, do I have an encyclopedic knowledge of fun? No. Hate the stuff. Don't touch the stuff. Yeah, and the fact that you can't play this and be like, oh, is it Willbender or Boltbender or, you know, whatever. Yeah, you lose the mind game. Cool card though. I do like misdirections in Commander, as well as morphs in Commander are pretty cool. So yeah, pretty cool card. It'd be very funny if this card saw Highlander play. I mean, it's a non-zero chance that this card sees Highlander play, because we got Ancestral Recalls running around, and even changing the target of like a lightning bolt or whatever is pretty hot. Especially because if you have this face down and somebody goes to kill it with a removal spell and you're like, oh, pay the ward, and then they pay the ward and you're like, okay, now I'm going to flip it up and then change the target to something else. That's pretty hot. Oh, Fiendish Duo got a reprint. Good. This card was like way too pricey. Havoc Eater. 5 red for a 3/3 flying elemental. It's a shame it's not a bird, because it's like a big owl. When Havoc Eater enters the battlefield, for each opponent, goad up to 1 target creature that opponent controls. Then you put X 1/1 counters on Havoc Eater, where X is the total power of creatures display. No, I think it's like an owl, right? Like here is its head, here are the talons, like its legs, and then here are the wings. And you can kind of see, like, obviously it doesn't have feathers or anything, but you can kind of see like the charred outline of a bird's wings. But it's not a phoenix. A rekindling phoenix was a phoenix. I don't know. That's how I take it. A moth? I mean, it could be a moth because then you have the like a moth to a flame. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's a moth to the flame that ate the flame. You know, get that whole thing going. I don't know. Do you want me here? If David Zabo? If David Zabo is on Twitter, I'll ask. David Zabo. This is not the David Zabo I'm looking for. You know what? Chabo? Let me ask my Art Connect. I'll get down to the bottom of this. Cool commander card. Honka. Hot Pursuit. 1 in red for an enchantment. When it ETBs, suspect target creature an opponent controls. As long as Hot Pursuit remains on the battlefield, that creature is also goaded. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if 2 or more players have lost the game, gain control of all goaded and or suspected creatures until end of turn. Untap them. They gain haste until end of turn. This card rules. It ETBs. You're like, you're the suspect. This thing is goaded. That thing is just going to be ramming into other people's creatures. Or just killing them. And then, because I'm going to prevent people from killing me, it's going to come down to me and you. And then I'm going to take control of this and then kill you with the creature. That rules. Very fun card to play. Very cool mechanic. This Boros... all these commander decks absolutely slap. They are so good. The Boros deck is... oof. Boros deck is like really neat. Not that I'm struggling to find other ways to praise it, but the Boros deck is very unique in how it plays. Looks pretty powerful. Big fan of it. Mob Verdict. 2 and 2 red for a sorcery. Secret Council. Each player secretly votes for another player. Then those votes are revealed. For each vote an opponent received, Mob Verdict deals 2 damage to that player and each creature that player's control. For each vote you received, you draw a card. That's kind of funny, right? Like, you're like, okay. I love these kind of cards. Secret voting is just so much more enjoyable because you can talk about what you're doing if you really want to, and then ultimately it's like, okay, we gotta vote. And then you make it. And then, yeah, you could just be like, you lose all your shit and I draw cards. Yeah, or you could lie. You could be, I mean, I tend to not enjoy games where it causes me to directly just lie to my friends. But in a spot like this, yeah, you could just be like, you know, hey, that's looking pretty scary. We got to do something about this. And they're like, you're right. We do have to do something about this. And then you just draw a couple of cards and wrath somebody. It's pretty funny. In 1v1, it's Pyroclasm, and then face draw? No, because they can vote for themselves twice if they want. I don't think this is a 1v1 card. It's just a really bad Fiery Confluence. But, I mean, it's 4 mana, draw 2. Or 4 mana... deal 2 to all their creatures and them, and you draw a card, which is like not great. Or 4 mana, just right. Oh, they vote for another player. So wait, hold on. So in 1v1, this is just 4 mana, 2 damage to your creatures, 2 damage to you, and I draw a card. That makes it easier to evaluate because that sucks. Okay, yeah, that's much easier to evaluate because that's just bad. Prisoner's Dilemma. 3 red for a sorcery. each opponent secretly chooses silence or snitch. Then the choices are revealed. If each opponent chooses silence, Prisoner's Dilemma deals 4 damage to each of them. If each opponent chooses snitch, Prisoner's Dilemma deals 8 damage to them. Otherwise, Prisoner's Dilemma deals 12 damage to each opponent who chose silence. So, you play this card. Your 3 opponents each make a pick. This is when secretly is really important. I mean, somebody could just be like, no, this is how we do. You either go, hey, everybody picks silence, and then we all pick silence, and we all take 4. Then the player paid 5 mana to deal 4 to each player. And that's nothing. That's just not a Magic card that is worth playing. And that's okay. That's what you should do. Right? Or each opponent picks snitch, and that does 8 to them, which is just like, why would you do that when we could all just pick silence? And it's because you might muck people. I don't know. This card is very cool and fun, but it's just like kind of mid. Like, I guess if you like, yeah, you could be like, hey, we should all just choose silence. Because if not, I'm going to fucking demolish who like went against the grain. Right? It's kind of funny. It's pretty good. I like that part I like. But yeah. People love this card, understandably. This is the problem too. I'll never snitch. So I'm always picking silence. And I hope that, honestly, picking silence and snitch as the 2 words is pretty effective too. Because you don't want to be a snitch, do you? You know what happens to snitches? Snitches get shot in the back. I think that's the term. Show-stopping surprise. 3 red and a red for an instant. Choose target creature you control. Turn it face up if it's face down. Then it deals damage equal to its power to each other creature. This card rules. It's kind of like a Chandra's Ignition, but at instant speed. And then it also just fits into your morph deck if you want it. Great. Cool artwork too. I'm this person right here. I'm the, or I am this person where I'm just like, oh, okay, please resolve, please resolve, please resolve, please resolve. Tessic, Judith's Hellhound. 3 and a red for a 3/3 legendary creature elemental dog. Unleash. If you don't remember what Unleash is, it can ETB with a 1/1 counter on it, or not. If it's unleashed, it can't block. Other dogs you control have Unleash. Creatures you control with counters on them have haste. Whenever Judith's Hellhound attacks, add red for each attacking creature. Very cool dog. Yeah, unleash the hounds. No, can we please stop talking about old Hearthstone? All the lines are going to start flowing through my brain. Like, I'm just going to be thinking about, you know, the gates are open and you acquire my assistance. Well met. Greetings. We can't do it. We can't do it. I don't want to do... I've been talking for 4 hours. I can't do my Grim Patron impression. And I have to get really loud. Don't worry, love. The cavalry's here. Cool dog, I guess. It's kind of funny because there's a dog commander in the set, but it's not in red. Rin and Seri is kind of interesting because you could play this in Rin and Seri, which cares about dogs and cats. I'd like to get us to get like a Naya dog commander too. If you know, just feels like it. There's a lot of dogs in white and red. Yeah. Yeah, you only get it on the attack, which is, you know. Oh, new art for Vengeful Ancestor. All right, now we're about to see some heaters here. I'm not going to talk about some of these cards, but love that Broodhatch Nantuko's in a set. Although we might talk about some heaters. Experiment 12. 3 and a green for a 4/4 elf lizard warrior with trample. Whenever Experiment 12 or another creature you control is turned face up, put 1/1 counters on that creature equal to its power. Disguise 5. So if you flip this card face up, you got yourself an 8/8 trampler. Where numbers 2 to 11? Oh, we don't need to talk about those. They weren't successful. This one, however, oh, that's a big crack. Pretty good. Yeah, this card kills people dead. Does it work with anthems on flip? You bet your buns it does. I don't even remember this card. Innocuous Researcher. 3 and a green for a 3/4 Centaur Detective with Parlay. Whenever Innocuous Researcher attacks, each player reveals the top card of their library. For each non-land card revealed this way, you investigate, then each player draws a card. And at the beginning of your end step, you may untap all lands you control. If you do, you can't cast spells until your next turn. Whoa. Okay. Sure. Lets you sack a bunch of clues and use a bunch of activated abilities. Kind of cool. Parlay is interesting. Getting to investigate a bunch of stuff is interesting. Cool. Big fan. Wilderness Reclamation, by the way, is in this fucking deck, right? Like this card is messed up. This is not a real Magic card. I am shocked that it is in this deck. Jesus Christ. Wearing Boots. Thank you for gifting a sub to the community. That went to Kilgore Trout. Congratulations. Now you have to wear boots as a fish. Oh yeah. Look at this Magic card. Look at this Magic card. Look at this. This is a Magic card. Crowsand Cloud Scraper. This is an old card. But I think the newer generation really needs to drink this all in. 10 mana for a 13/13 Beast Mutant. Excuse me, now I have hiccups. I'm so... Did I get the hiccups from being so excited about Crowsand's Cloud Scraper? What is going on with me? 10 mana, 13/13. Beginning of the upkeep, you pay 2 green, or sacrifice it. And then it has Morph for 9 mana. I played so much of this Magic card, you have no idea. I had a casual deck back in the day that was like effectively mono green morphs that turned into green red morphs. But I had Nantuko Vigilante, which is a disenchant when it flips up. That card's not that bad. Had Crowsand Colossus. Had myself some Warbreak Trumpeters when I added red. Some good cards that are being listed off. Some not good cards as well, but some good cards. 10 mana for a 13/13. Pretty good. Yeah, it doesn't have reach, doesn't have trample. You gotta understand, creatures this big, that was considered a mechanic. Big creatures with trample, too good. Way too good for some reason. But this, ooh, Rockshard Elemental. Yeah, now we're talking 4/3 double strike. Crowsand Colossus. Also, these were rares, by the way. You bought your pack of legions with your allowance, and this is what you open as a rare. And you were happier than you could ever be. This one's from Onslaught. Crowsand Colossus. 9 mana for a 9/9 vanilla creature with Morph for 8. This card would be a common if it was printed nowadays. In fact, what's the big dino? There's a really big dinosaur that's at common. It's like an 8 mana. Is it like an 8 mana 8/9 or something? It's from original Ixalan block. No, not Dreadmaw, not Titanix Rex. No, this is a common. It's an 8 mana 9/9. Wait, actually? Ancient Brontodon. Oh my god, it's an 8 mana 9/9. I mean, morph means, hey, this could be an 8 mana 9/9. You could print this card at common. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Oh, there's the Vigilante. Yeah, look at this. 4 mana 3/2. Morph for 2. Flip face up. Naturalize. You gotta understand. When this card came out, you had Uktabi Orangutan. And like, that's it. Like, if you wanted your green creature to blow up an artifact or enchantment, you had to play like... God, like I don't think there was one that hit both. Like, you had like Elvish Scrapper, an Elvish Lyrist, or like Wood Ripper. You know what Wood Ripper does, folks? Wood Ripper's actually kind of hot. Wood Ripper is a 5 mana 4/6 with fading 3, and you pay 1 generic to remove a fade counter from it to destroy target artifact. This card used to be Highlander playable. Yeah, this one ruled. Okay. For all my Canlander players, here's one that's actually kind of interesting to talk about. On the Trail. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, you can put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. This seems fine in Canadian Highlander, like the lands combo decks. But it is 2 mana. And like, the more I'm looking at this, the more I'm like, I'd just rather play Burgeoning if I'm going to go that deep. But the fact that you get to control it is pretty appealing. Yeah, every draw spell gets to be Explore that comes into play tapped. Which is kind of nice. Commander, this seems pretty strong. Like, this just... I'm going to put this into Masamaro immediately. Like, it's just immediately. You know? That's it. That's all I wanted to talk about. Oh, fuck. Root Elemental? I didn't even draw Root Elemental. Look at that face. Look at that face. Oh. Print Lifter Ooze. 1 and a green for a 2/2 Death Touch. Whenever Print Lifter Ooze or another creature is turned face up, create a 0/0 green Ooze token with Trample. The tokens enter the battlefield with X 1/1 counters on them, where X is the number of other creatures you control, and disguise for 4. That's not bad. This card's pretty good for Commander. Played in your Ooze deck or your turning things face up deck. I'm just going to keep calling them Morph. Ooh, okay. Okay. So this is Root Elemental. What is Disguise? It's literally Morph, but with Ward 2 when it's face down. Excuse me. Root Elemental. 4 green for a 6/5. With Morph 5 green. When Root Elemental is turned face up, you may put a creature card from your hand into play. This card is old. It was one of the rares this was one of your rares in the Scourge theme deck called Max Attack. That's it. That's it. It's just a big stupid morph that lets you cheat out your vanilla 13/13s. Oh, this takes me back. This art rules, by the way. Classic Anthony Waters art. Love me some love me some Rude Elemental. Oh fuck, Seedborn Muses in the Clues deck? Jesus Christ, okay, well, it was nice while it lasted. Alright. Counterpoint. 3 blue and a black for an instant. Counter target spell, you may cast a creature, instant, sorcery, or planeswalker spell from your graveyard with mana value less than or equal to that spell's mana value with paying its mana cost. This card rules. Doesn't matter what kind of card they're playing. Like, this falls into the, like, spelljack slash, what the hell is it called? 6 mana, counter lash, kind of set, desertion. Yeah. Great. And then casting something for your graveyard, also cool. I like these kind of counter spells in Commander. My favorite the counter spells that I play in Commander, there are 2 kinds of counter spells. You have Force of Will, Force of Negation, Fierce Guardianship, that kind of thing that I love. I genuinely like playing those cards in Commander because I'm card negative. I'm mana and tempo positive. I'm just explaining how free spells work. But like, I'm card negative, so it feels okay. And like, you just need some mana cards to stop people from doing bullshit. Or I like playing these kind of cards. Cryptic Command, that it has like modal counter spells that also, you know, or that have like counter spell, but also do this cool thing, you know? And this card is one of those. You get to counter spell and do a cool thing. Power. What about Big Brain? Overwhelming Intellect. Yeah, that card's pretty good. Power Flapjack. Welcome back for the full year, but where's Point? There. It's over there. Somewhere over there. Somewhere over there. Unless you're talking about the movie and the accompanying album, The Point by Harry Nilsson. Is that who it is? Harry Nilsson? Yeah, I watched this shit when I was a kid. It's got Ringo Starr. Anybody ever seen The Point? Who here has seen The Point? Any The Point enjoyers out there? This movie rules, by the way. If you like watching old kind of animated movies, this is great. The music's good. It's got Ringo Starr. It's obvious. You could just tell that the the animation for this is all over the place in the best way possible. Yeah, this one rules. I highly recommend you watch this. Matter of fact, this evening, you know what I might do? I might get really high and watch this movie. I might get really high and watch The Point. That sounds like a great way to spend the evening. Yeah, good playing streamer. Ooh, yeah, here we go. Duskana the Rage Mother. 2 red, green, and a white for a 5/5 legendary bear. When Duskana enters the battlefield, you draw a card for each creature you control with base power and toughness 2/2. Whenever a creature you control with base power and toughness 2/2 attacks, it gets +3/+3 until end of turn. This card fucking rules. Somebody's going to mention the fact that Graham did indeed name this card, and that Duskana is very similar to the Slavic word for bear. That is, what is it? Duksana? I think it's like you just switch the S and the K. But yeah, this card rules. It's a bear that draws you. It's a Naya card. It's a Naya commander that draws you a bunch of cards on ETB for playing out like low cost creatures. And then you actually just get to kill people with it.
His name's Wheeler. He's a trained
One of my good friends made a Bant Wild Pair deck, and he's frantically changing it to this. That was one of the things on my mind, Power Flapjack. Kind of love it. I thought about maybe a Hate Bears deck. Like, I thought about maybe this card for CDH. Like, a Naya Hate Bears food chain deck that uses Descana as your food chain card. You know? It's a commander that draws cards. You can generate... It's in the colors of Squee, right? Like, yeah. You could play like your Gaddock Teagues and your fuck you cards that can stop your opponents from doing stuff. Might be interesting. Feather Radiant Arbiter. Red, white, white for a 4/3. God, I am down horrendous for these kind of cards. I have down horrendous. This set in particular is like so unfair. Because between what's his name, Alquist, between Alquist and this card, it's dangerously horny. Which I guess I did start off 2024 by saying that I should strive to being hornier online, because that's what everybody wants, right? Red, white, white for a 4/3. That's a legendary creature. It's an angel. Flying and lifelink. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell that targets only Feather, you may choose any number of other creatures that spell could target and pay 2 for each of those creatures. If you do, for each of those creatures, copy that spell. That copy targets that creature. Copies of permanent spells become tokens. I saw this card pop up on when this card got previewed. I saw a bunch of people saying, why not just play Zada? You should play Zada. Why not play Zada? And here's the thing. This card is so fucking different from Zada for a couple reasons. One, this works with enchantments. And even though, yes, there's an additional cost associated with copying the auras, that's okay. I'll pay 3 mana to make an additional copy of Ethereal Armor or All That Glitters, because some additional copies of that card are going to make the original one better. Also, you're in a whole other color. You're in white. You get to play Swords to Plowshares. You get to play, I don't know, what's the card I'm thinking of? Not Justice Strike, Defiance Strike, right? You can play Angel Fire Ignition. Like, how could you look at this card and be like, why play X when you can play Y? I mean, the answer is because Commander players, you know? But I'm tired that is always the answer. Or just play Original Feather. They're different cards. They do different things. They're cooler with different other cards. I don't know. Maybe I'm fucking losing my mind, but this card rules. It's also a 4/3 lifelinker. Like, the fact that you can make an extremely aggressive all-in play to kill one person and then be at approximately 1 million life is great. That means you can make a proactive aggressive play and not die because of it. Yeah, this card slaps. Big fan. Also, the base value of this is just like huge. Like 3 mana 4/3 flying life, like that kills a lot of people. That kills a lot of people pretty quickly. You need lots of mana. This is a format with Soul Ring and Mana Crypt. And if you're doing enchantments, you get Serra Sanctum. It's honestly not that much mana to just kill people, right? Ethereal Armor and 5 mana to play Ethereal Armor, copy it, and fucking kill people. White, white, red mana cost. Not so good with Mana Crypt and Soul Ring. The game extends beyond the first couple of turns. You can use your Soul Ring and your Mana Crypt to cast other cards. I feel like I'm losing my fucking mind. Those cards are broken. Soul Ring and Mana Crypt don't pay for him to Torak, but you can still play them in the same deck and it'll be good. There are other costs. Tap your Soul Ring or Mana Crypt to play an Arcane Signet to cast this card. Use your Soul Ring to pay for the 2 mana triggered ability. Yeah. You've got Dockside Extortionist, Smothering Tide. Don't worry about the mana. Tap your fucking plateau and be on your way. Jesus Christ. I need this card to descend from the heavens, pick me up, and take me to another plane. Because I'm losing my mind here. Knowledge is power. Who has a plateau? It's the cheapest duel. Or proxy it. Commander Discourse is frankly punishable by death. It is the worst thing to talk about because Commander's biggest strength is that it's a format where nothing matters and you can do whatever the fuck you want, and that every individual gets to approach the deck building, the decisions they make in the game, and what kind of environment they want to play in differently from every other player. That's its strength. The worst part about Commander is that it's a format where you can do anything, and what the individual play experience is going to be different for every player's priorities, card availability, deck building. You get the joke. It's the same thing. The things that make Commander special are also the things that make Commander fucking impossible to balance, talk about profitably, do anything, or convince people that, you know, you can make different decisions as far as deck building, including the cards, where cards shine the most. It's why, like, it's the even the statement of like Commander is a format where you can play anything is one that people will take for different reasons. They'll hear that and they'll go, "Oh, you're right, because we could just all play dog shit." And then it's like, no, Commander is a format where you can play anything because your commander can increase the strength of your individual cards because they're not played in a vacuum. CAG member yells at Commander players colorized. I mean, honestly, part of the reason I'm on the CAG is because I can say that Commander players are fucking insufferable. Jesus Christ. Look, I'm not trying to engagement bait or anything. Because if I talk about the format, I'm not trying to engagement bait. I'm just trying to tell you to act like a real fucking human being for once in your life, and maybe take into consideration other factors that could drive any other player approaching this game. Thank you for the 100 bits, Power Flapjack. Who has expensive card? Just say your local library 5-head. Anyways, knowledge is power. 3 white and a blue for an enchantment. Creatures you control get +X/+X, where X is the number of cards you've drawn this turn. Yeah, sure, why not? This card can kill people. If you're a deck that cares about drawing a bunch of cards or cracking a bunch of clues, this can add up very quickly. 5 mana is a lot to play for not a huge bonus right up front, but, you know, who cares? It's Commander. Hello, first time catching one of your streams. Hello, 3 kobolds in a trench coat. You came at a great time. Me screaming to the point where I'm losing my voice. This card rules. 3 blue and a black for a 1/8 Octopus Rogue. It's Marvo Deep Operative. Whenever Marvo attacks, you clash with the defending player. For those of you without back pain, clashing is one of the worst mechanics of all time. But in this place, it's pretty cool. You both reveal the top card of your library, and then you could decide to put that card on the top or the bottom of your deck. And whoever reveals the card with the highest mana cost wins the clash, right? And then Marvo says when you win a clash, draw a card. Then you may cast a spell from your hand with mana value 8 or less without paying its mana cost. This fucking rules. The timing on this is great. The ability to cheat out cards or just use, like, you don't even have to reveal. You look at this and you go, wowie zowie, I'm going to reveal an 8-drop. But like getting to cast Doomblade for free is already great. And this happening before blocks is already pretty strong. Yeah, this card rules. There's a bunch of different ways that you can play around this as a commander. Big fan. I have a podcast. I do. In fact, there's a whole deck preview video that went up where myself, Graham, and Ben Ulmer talked about this deck, including Marvo. We talked about Mirko, we talked about Morska, we talked about Nelly. Sophia, Dogged Detective. I also have talked about Clash in... wait, have we talked about Clash yet? We talked about Clash, right? Because Broken Ambitions is from... Lorwyn? That's out. Yeah, Lorwyn is out. We've talked about Clash. Why is Clash bad? It's just kind of like boring. Often it's a couple of reasons. One, it's a bit of a nothing mechanic. It's just like, hey, I reveal the top card, and if it's bigger, I do a thing. It's like, okay, cool. Sure. Like, that's not super exciting. Number two, there is in a game of like limited or 60 card constructed, relatively speaking, you and your opponent are going to have similar-ish mana values. And so in your like average case of playing with Clash, it feels very random. And that's just looking at the cards with mana costs. Notably, every deck also just plays half of it are just blanks, right? Like, you just have all these lands that are blanks, and it feels really bad when your Clash card hits a land, even though you get to tuck it away. And it's a really feel bad mechanic to be playing against when your opponent uses their Clash card and they win the Clash and they get an additional effect from it. Let's say Lash Out. Lash Out is a card that's 2 mana, instant speed, deal 3 to a creature, and if you win you Clash, and if you win the Clash, they also take 3 to the dome. I Lash Out your creature, and I win the Clash. Typically, cards with higher mana value are going to be more powerful than cards at lower mana value. And as the game progresses, playing higher value cards means that you are using your mana more productively and are playing to the board in a more significant way, or doing something more powerful. So not only have I killed your creature, I have also domed you out, and then I'm also just going to win the game. Like, you get to see how I'm going to kill you. That sucks. That sucks. So it's just a whole bunch of features that make for not great Magic the Gathering. Not to mention Pollen Lullaby, right? The fact that you can put it on the bottom means that if you reveal a land or whatever, then you can tuck it away and you're like, at least I'm not drawing this land. Pollen Lullaby is a card with Clash that says Fog, Clash. If I win, your creatures don't untap. So you've dedicated an attack. I've cast Pollen Lullaby. Your attack doesn't matter. I win the Clash. Now your next attack doesn't matter, and I've got gas that's incoming. God forbid I reveal a second Pollen Lullaby. Sorry, caps lock's being on. I didn't even realize that. Pollen Lullaby! Oh. Very funny to me. Yeah, Clash sucks. But Clash done here, in Commander, it's more Clash on a single card where it's not treated like a thing to build around, and it's just like a one-timer. That's fine, especially when you're a deck that can manipulate it. That's okay. Sophia Dog Detective, 1 green, white, and a blue for a 3/4 human detective. When Sophia enters the battlefield, you make a 2/2 legendary dog token with trample named Tiny. You can pay 1 generic, sack an artifact, put a 1/1 counter on each dog you control. And whenever a dog you control deals combat damage to a player, you create a food token and then investigate. Yeah, this is a Scooby-Doo reference. This card rules. It's great. It's genuinely not that bad. Like, there's no way this card's Canadian Highlander playable, right? There's no way this card's Canadian Highlander playable. If you had more dogs, maybe. Like 4 mana, make a 3/4 and a 2/2, and if that 2/2 hits them, you make 2 artifact tokens. It's kind of hot. Cool card though. Build around with dogs, build around with clues and food, build around with game objects and dogs. You can get thematic, you can get just like straightforward. Very, very cool card. Very cool card. Take the Bait. 2 red and a white for an instant. Cast a spell only during an opponent's turn and only during combat. Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to you and planeswalkers you control this turn. Untap all attacking creatures and goad them. After this phase, there's an additional combat step. This card fucking rules. It is so cool. God, I love it. Like, all right, I'll attack you with all this stuff. No. Cast this. I'm not going to die anymore. My planeswalkers aren't going to die. But I'm not mad. And in fact, you get to attack again. Just do it right this time. And kill this person. Or kill somebody else. It's so cool. And it's a card that is, it's something I talk about a lot that feels like it doesn't get brought up that often when I read other people talking about Highlander or Commander or playing Commander, is that this is a card that changes how you play it depending on where you are sitting at the table, and not just which player is attacking which other player, it's which player, like which seat is attacking which other seat, because you can use this to just kill. Like if I'm in seat 4 and player 2 goes to attack me and then I cast this, they're like, oh fuck, I have a decision to make. Am I going to attack player 1 or player 3 now? If they go all in on player 3 and kill them, I immediately get my turn and then I can punish player 2. Or I could, do whatever. I could build up defensively. And then go to player 1, and now player 2 is completely tapped out. And now player 1 can kill them because I'm not an appealing attack target. Or they can go over to player 1. They can all in on player 1. Player 2 gets a turn. Player 2 can decide to then go in at me, which means then I get the decision to kill player 2 or player 3, or depending on how hard they go, or they can then attack player 2 because they're wide open. You get what I mean? It's so fucking cool. I love it. I love it when cards like this take advantage of positioning at the table. It's great. Love it. Love it to bits. There's a couple of artifacts in here, right? Yo, this card. Oh my god. Panoptic Projector. 4 mana artifact. Tap the next face down creature spell you cast this turn costs 3 less to cast. And if turning a face down permanent face up causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that triggers an additional time. I am in general just kind of bored with cards that say, hey, if something triggers, it triggers twice. Or hey, if you did a thing, do twice as much. But this is okay. Because this is very... this way of doing it is more interesting to me. and it's more narrow and niche in its application, as well as it circumvents the like downside of playing with morphs, you know? Yeah, dude, Shim, it sucks. It's so boring. And for what it's worth, when WotC asks the Commander Advisory Group for feedback on cards that are printed in Commander products, this is one that I have been very vocal about, and other people as well. This is an effect that has been very vocal about, like, nah, just this shit's boring. Like, I know that you got to do it because like Mondrak is going to sell like hotcakes. It is just going to fly off the shelf. But you know, we don't need one in every single set. And like, if you're going to do it, make it more interesting, you know? And certainly don't make it, don't make it like 3 times as many. That is so egregious. The white one in LCI, I forget what its name is, the O'Hare something. It's just like, oh, cool. I make 3? Oh, that's so neat. I like a good double season, don't get me wrong, but we just get so many of them. Ransom note. 1 mana artifact clue. When it ETBs, you surveil 1, and then you can pay 2 generic to sacrifice it, cloak the top card of your library, goad target creature, or draw a card. This is a very interesting egg. I'm not sure if I think I'm probably playing this card, although realistically in 1v1 it only does 2 things. You either sack it to draw a card, or you sack it to make a 2/2 ward 2 at instant speed, which is pretty nice. That's not nothing. And surveil 1 sets up other lines that eggs likes to take, so that part's pretty cool. Big fan of that part. And yeah, I don't know, this card seems fine. Hello, evil John Cena. Also, there are 4 different ransom notes. That's very cool. Is that it? I think is there a cool land in this set? I don't think so. I think all the lands are pretty straightforward. It feels like they don't print new lands into Commander sets anymore. But maybe that's me. Great. Well, that's it for the Commander. Time to talk about the clue. Oh my god, I'm tired. It's okay. I gotta say, it's a little annoying when I chose this life. I'm living this dream. It is a little annoying at times where it's like, you know what? I don't even need to talk about it. I don't need to put you through it, chat. I don't need to complain. All I'm saying is, why'd Surge have to move to fucking Alberta? It makes the week before the PPR very busy. Very, very busy. All right, let's talk about these. Am I going to review all the cards on North 100? Already done it. We've already done it. Sorry, 1 second. I gotta respond to a thing. No, he didn't really. I mean, he moved, but only temporarily. Are there plans for more non-set review North 100? Yes. Yes, there are. Good news. Obviously, another thing that was very awkward was Surge being forced to head out into Alberta. Oh, all the new cards are multicolored, right? I think they're all multicolored. I'm kind of curious about some of these reprints. Ooh, Spawn of Mayhem. North 100 Showdown, very good. Then you're going to love the fact that we recorded like 4 new episodes yesterday. Get ready for some more North 100 Showdown, a Canadian Highlander Throwdown. He's only there temporarily. Yeah, I think they're all hybrid ones. Oh, lightning bolt. This will be kind of fun to play on like an AFK or something. Did I get my die roll on camera? Every single match that we recorded today involved us talking about the die roll at the beginning of the episode. It's great. Okay. Oh, please tell me there aren't like a million cards. Okay. Aegis of the Legion. Red and a white for artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1, has mentor. If you don't remember what mentor is, whenever it attacks, you put a 1/1 counter on target attacking creature with lesser power. Whenever equipped creature mentors a creature, you put a shield counter on that creature. Equip for 3. That's a very expensive equip cost. I do like mentor quite a bit. And shield counters are pretty strong, especially in Boros, where, you know, you're the color of mass removal. The 2 best colors for mass removal. So, cool. Pretty cool card. I'll let you know ahead of time if the card is Canlander playable, by the way. There's only 1 card. Or 2? I think there are 2 cards that I think might be Canlander playable. Afterlife Insurance. Instant. 1 in a hybrid Orzhov. Creatures you control gain Afterlife 1 until end of turn, and you draw a card. Whenever a creature with Afterlife 1 dies, you make a 1/1 flying creature spirit token, whatever. Yeah, this card's kind of interesting. If you're already like a tokens deck, I don't hate this magic card. Also pretty good with an aristocrats card. It doesn't say non-token creatures you control gain Afterlife 1, which is really nice. And it's a 2-mana card that draws a card. It's super cheap, replaces itself. Pretty powerful ability in the face of a board wipe. Pretty powerful ability in the face of just you are the Orzhov aristocrats deck. Yeah, cool card. Amzu Swarm's Hunger. 3 black and a green for a 3/3 legendary creature insect shaman with flying and menace. Other insects you control have menace. Whenever 1 or more cards leave your graveyard, you may create a 1/1 black and green insect token. Then put a number of 1/1 counters on it equal to the greatest mana value among those cards. Do this only once per turn. Sure. Play this in your Zask deck, or make your Zask deck into an Amzu deck. One of the two. Excuse me. Boros Strike Captain. 1 and then 2 hybrid Boros for a 3/3 Minotaur Soldier. Whenever it and 2 other creatures attack, exile the top card of your library. During any turn you attack with 3 or more creatures, you may play that card. You still have to pay its cost. Lets you still play lands. This card seems pretty good in like a Boros deck that's looking to turn things sideways. I gotta imagine Sheeman's considering this for his Boros Soldiers deck. Because, you know, it's a soldier. It draws you extra cards, lets you play lands. The one downside is that you only get to play them and not draw them. And so they're kind of, there's a bit of a feel bad where it's like, oh, well, I have a bunch of cards that need you, like they need to, you want to play them pre-combat, right? Because they have haste or they buff your team. And this doesn't let you do that. Doesn't fit your needs. All right. Hey, if it's not doing that, then it's not doing that. This is the Canadian Highlander card. Carnage Interpreter. 1 and then 2 hybrid Rakdos for a 3/3 Devil Detective. When Carnage Interpreter enters the battlefield, you discard your hand and then investigate 4 times. That's 4 clues. As long as you have 1 or fewer cards in your hand, Carnage Interpreter gets +2/+2 and has menace. So let's just run through what this card looks like. Excuse me. 3/3, pitch my hand. Make 4 clues. I now have a 5/5 menace. I mean, And it's 1 or fewer. It's not even 0. It's not even 0. This is just such a good, and like, think about it. If you're playing this in like mono black aggressive decks, like pitch your hand so you get a bloodcast in the graveyard. Sure, why not? Who fucking cares? No, it's 1 or fewer. You get to draw step and be like, oh no, I can't cast this card. Doesn't matter. Hit you for 5. Yeah, it's limited in where it shows up, but it is very big and very strong. And like, investigate 4. Mana intensive, but you know. Investigate 4. Conclave Evangelist. I really like this artwork. It feels, I don't want to say softer because there are some pretty striking colors, but it's almost like there's a filter over it. It's very cool. I like it a lot. 2 hybrid Selesnya for a 4/4 that has Myriad. It's an elephant cleric. Whenever Conclave Evangelist deals combat damage to a player, you create a token that's a copy of Conclave Evangelist. This just gets out of hand very quickly. Very quickly. Like, this is, I mean, it's a 5 mana 4/4, but it's just going to start making copies so quickly. This isn't a non-bow with Myriad because cards with Myriad themselves don't say exile this at the end of combat. Exiling, notice how the exile the tokens at the end of combat is after the period here. So this is going to, let's say you attack somebody with this and you make 3 copies. If all 4 copies get through, if all 4 versions of this card get through, you are then going to untap with 5 Conclave Evangelists, which is absurd. Do you know how many copies of this card need to get through for this to just be terrifying? 1. You just need to hit them with 1 of these and you're like, oh, now I have 2 of these with both with Myriad. Like it just snowballs out of control. God bless it being a vanilla 4/4 for 5 mana, because I mean, they're big elephants. You might want to give them trample. Thank God you didn't. This card rules. Corporeal Projection. Blue and red for a sorcery. Target creature you control gains Myriad until end of turn, and then has Overload for 7. You might be thinking, hey, that's a very expensive Overload. Why is it so expensive? Because Myriad is an ability that is put on cards with intent. With like, it's not like a trample or whatever. It's just, it's so, Myriad does stack. So if you have a card with Myriad and you play this on it, it will have Myriad. Like, this is why Blade of Selves is so good. Because giving Myriad to cards not printed with Myriad is wild. It's why that enchantment that gives your creatures Myriad costs 8 fucking mana. Even though this is only a 1-shot, that's all you need. Just like give your 1 creature Myriad, attack, get 3 extra ET. Like, oh, I'll give my Muldrifter Myriad. Attack, draw 6 cards. Pretty cool, huh? Fuck, man. Imagine casting this card on like Archaeomancer. Cast this on Archaeomancer. Attack. Get 3 copies. Return my Corporeal Projection and 2 other spells. Like, it just gets out of hand. It is so good. Yeah, it is so good. Covetous Elegy. Great artwork. 4 white and a black for a sorcery. Each player chooses up to 2 creatures they control, sacks the rest. Then you create a tapped treasure token for each creature your opponents control. Pretty good. I mean, it's expensive, but it's an interesting wrath, you know? If you are a black and white deck that cares about big mana stuff, or artifacts or sacrificing cards, yeah, you'll pay the additional mana, even if they get to keep creatures. It's like 6 mana, get rid of all the chaff, and then you get to make 6 treasure that you can use next turn. Pays for itself, yeah. Next turn. Dimir Strandcatcher, 2 and then 2 hybrid Dimir for a 3/3 fairy rogue with flying, and whenever you attack, surveil X, where X is the number of opponents being attacked. At the beginning of each end step, if 3 or more cards were put into your graveyard from anywhere other than the battlefield this turn, you draw a card. I read that card and I was thinking about whether or not I wanted to order Thai food tonight. None of that stuck in my head. I'm not even kidding. I couldn't tell you what this card does. You surveil a bunch of cards. You surveil X. Okay, I'll do it again. Sorry, yeah. 4 mana, 3. Do I want to order it? I mean, I do, but I really shouldn't, because tomorrow's the PPR and we're going to be eating. We're going to get food for the office anyways. So, like, you know, probably should just cook. I have stuff. I was going to actually make Vietnamese food tonight, so I might just do that. I'm going to stick to doing that. I'm just very tired. You have to understand. I had 2 back-to-back like 12-hour days, and now I'm just kind of loopy. Little loopy. And the problem is, if I take more meds, I'm just going to want more Thai food. Like I'm loopy, but I'm not like, okay, well, let's smoke up and feel, get ourselves reset here. And it's like, no, I'm just going to be reading this card and be like, whenever you order Pad CU, make sure that they note which one's tofu and which one's pork. Because Kiefer, sometimes it's hard to tell if there's so many noodles. And then if you feel like you want more spring rolls, consider whether or not you have spring rolls at home. And then you can maybe make those and save yourself some money. Hey, this seems pretty good, Okay, 4 mana, 3/3 flyer. When you attack, surveil X, where X is the number of opponents being attacked. At the beginning of each end step, if 3 or more cards are put into your graveyard from anywhere other than the battlefield, draw a card? Whoa, holy shit. This card rules. 4 mana, 3/3 flyer that's going to start surveilling a bunch and drawing you extra cards. That rules. This card rocks. Yeah, if I'm playing like a fairies deck, I'm playing this card. Or if I'm playing just like a cheap, evasive-ish deck. No, not Dredge. Remember Laboratory Drudge? It's back, but in bird form. Also, this is, I guess, black. Cut 10 cards from your list. Sure. Send it to me right now and I'll tell you the 10 worst cards in your list. I've never had Mongolian barbecue. Not for lack of interest. I've just never had Mongolian barbecue. There was a Mongolian barbecue place. Huh? I was just about to say there was one kind of close to us in Vancouver. It closed down. Yeah, it closed down. I bet it fucking rules. I don't doubt that. How many lands are you on? 54 cards in your maybe board? And 34 lands? Okay, for starters, we need to go up to 37 lands, Shivam. For starters, we need to get up to 37 lands. This card's not even legal. This happened the last time I looked at one of your decks. The last time you showed me your Regna and Krov deck, and I was like, okay, for starters, you're on 33 lands. Oh, fuck. I'm cutting how many cards? 10? I don't think Rapid Vigor is what you want here. If you're going to play a card like this, play Heroic Intervention. If you don't want to play Heroic Intervention, then just don't play one of them, is what I would say. You already have Grand Crescendo. I don't think you need Rapid Vigor, so I would cut Rapid Vigor. Circle of Dreams Druid could... you own a Gaia's Cradle, right? Who can say no to Shivam? If I can say no to Surge, I can say no to Shivam. Have you noticed there's a trend of me working and becoming friends with people who are just constantly positive about and take a lot of enjoyment and are just generally just amicable people that find it's really hard to hate? It's because I'll tell them when their bullshit is too much. It's because I'm willing to be like, no, this is you. What are you doing here, dude? It's really easy to roast them, and yet nobody does it. Or at least nobody does it nicely, you know? I've noticed you have several 7 drops. If we're keeping in the Earl Squirrel, okay. Turn the Circle of Dreams Druid into Gaia's Cradle. I don't think you need Duelist's Heritage in this particular deck. One of these 7 drops has got to get cut. It's either Old Gnawbone or Ancient Gold Dragon. And frankly, I would just rather play Ancient Gold Dragon because I think it's cooler. Old Gnawbone is extremely good, very powerful, but this feels more in line with, you know, this card rules. I would probably... Some of these mana dorks are a little weird. I don't think you need Llanowar Elves. If you're going to play mana dorks, I mean, I know you like Llanowar Elves. Oh, it's the ampersand one. I want to use it somewhere. Okay. Yeah, Secure the Wastes feels a little redundant. It feels unnecessarily redundant. When you have Call the Coppercoats, Galadriel Ambush, March of the Multitudes, and Grand Crescendo. These all are just like big X spells, make X tokens. I know that you do need them, but you know, you got a lot of them. Whisper Silk Cloak, I would cut. It makes it unblockable, but Shroud is really awkward if we're looking to load up on Kadira. So Swiftfoot Boots, which you already have, is where you should be playing this card. I feel Skyclave Relic is more cute than anything. Like, it's a 3-mana mana rock that you make the tokens, and the tokens help out your commander. And that's pretty cool. But it feels a little... Well, it feels like a thing that if somebody told me that, I would go like, oh, yeah? Yep. Yeah, you're not wrong. I would give them the you're not wrong. The Wheeler, you're not wrong. Well, you're not wrong. Battle of Bywater. Yeah, I kind of like... Battle of Bywater is kind of interesting because Kadira has 3 power. Am I reviewing decks? Viewer decks? No, but I should do that for a stream because I have too many Stump the Wheelers lined up. I should do that for a whole stream. It's just like, let's get them all out of here. Let's get it done. Let's get it done. God. Defiler of Faith is kind of interesting. You are, I mean, you're a multicolored deck. You have a lot of white cards, but this is just kind of, I'm not a huge fan of this card. Yeah, I know this deck's my fault, but you got to understand. Kadira's, who doesn't love Kadira? Scout the Wilderness, similarly to Skyclave Relic. I'm not saying you should just cut these straight. You know what? I'll do a version of this and I'll send it to you. I'll take, this is not how I typically go through cards. I'll keep what you have mentioned in mind and be like, hey, cut these, add these. Ecstatic Electromancer. 1 and then 2 hybrid is it for a 2/3 goblin wizard with prowess. When it ETBs or attacks, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Sure, why not? It's not going to be playable in Highlander because it's 3 mana, but prowess is kind of cool. Who doesn't love prowess? This is like one of the best names of all time. Frenzied Gore Spawn. 3 black and red for a 4/4 horror. When it ETBs for each opponent, goad target creature that player controls. And whenever one or more creatures, one of your opponents, whenever one or more creatures attack one of your opponents, those creatures gain menace until end of turn. This card rules. Yeah, this card's great. Love it. Love it to bits. It's sick. That's it. It's just, I love cards that get the game going and push people into taking game actions, and also that force people to make decisions in combat. Those are all cool and good things that I like to see more of in Commander. Hershey Bar, this is from the Ravnica Clue/Cluedo stuff. Furious Spine Splitter, 2/2 hybrid Gruul for a 3/3 Ogre Warrior with Trample. Beginning of your end step, you put a 1/1 counter on Furious Spine Splitter for each opponent that was dealt damage this turn. It's a big idiot that gets bigger. If you care about ogres or warriors, maybe you want to play this, but this is just kind of a big dork. It can get out of hand if you care about like splitting the damage a lot. Yeah. Also, just like any of the like deal 1 to each opponent, like Impact Tremors kind of cards, this card gets pretty big. Like maybe this card is actually just fine. Maybe I should look at it again. Like Impact Tremors with this card is hilarious, right? This ETBs pings everybody for 1. You go to your end step, you now have a 6/6 Trample. And then next turn, you're going to get a 9/9 Trample and so forth and so forth. That's a good angle. Big steppy. Show foot. And you were saying I shouldn't be more horny? Herald of Ilharg. 2 red and a green for a 3/3 Boar Beast with Trample. Whenever you cast a creature spell, put 2 1/1 counters on Herald of Ilharg. If that spell has mana value 5 or greater, Herald of Ilharg deals damage equal to the number of counters on it to each opponent. This card rules in like a red-green counters deck. Shivam, if you're not already playing this in your Minsk and Boo deck, I would consider adding this when this comes out. This just kills people so quickly. Yeah, it's a big pig. It's going in my pig deck. Well, a pig deck whose list was inspired by a member of the community. And in honor of Piglet, God rest her soul. She's rotting in dog hell. She's whining in dog hell. Well, she was in dog hell, but they got rid of her. They had to send her up to dog heaven because they just couldn't stand it. She would just sit there and whine and look at you like you've been ignoring her for her entire life. 2 and a hybrid black-red for Incriminating Impetus. It's an enchantment aura. Enchant creature. When Incriminating Impetus enters the battlefield, suspect it. It has menace and can't block. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and is goaded. These impetuses are cool. This is a nice hybrid one. Suspect on the impetus is pretty great. Love to see it. I talked about Lavinia already. Lannis. 1 and then 2 hybrid Simic for a 1/2 Snake Elf Detective. Evolve. Whenever one or more counters are put on Lannis, investigate that many times. And whenever you sack a clue, put a 1/1 counter on another target creature you control. This has got to go infinite, right? I feel like this goes infinite with something. This is kind of a neat card for counters, like Rug or Bant counters in Canadian Highlander. It is a 3-mana legend without an ETB that dies to shock. But if you look at this counters deck, it's not going to be a 3/3 for long. And this stacks up quickly because you investigate that many times. So any kind of hardened scales effect, just like if I put, if I go to put a counter on it and then hardened scale says put 2 counters on it, I'm going to get 2 clues. So I can actually see this card popping up in Canadian Highlander, albeit in like a narrow application. But it's pretty good. Memory Vampire, fake ass card name. 6 mana for a 4/4 Vampire Detective. Whenever Memory Vampire deals combat damage to a player, any number of target players each mill that many cards. Then you may collect evidence 9. When you do, you may cast target non-land card from an opponent's graveyard without paying its mana cost. Wow, that's rude. I'm sure there's a Dimir player that's really excited for this. This is not the kind of Commander Magic I like to play, but it seems pretty rude. Ordrun Mentor, or Droon Mentor. 2 and a hybrid Boros for a 3/2 Minotaur Soldier with Mentor. Whenever you attack a player, target creature that's attacking that player gains first strike. Kind of boring, but it's another Minotaur. Another Minotaur. Ooh. Portal Manipulator. This card's pretty cool. 2 and then 2 hybrid Azorius for a 3/2 flash. When Portal Manipulator enters the battlefield, during your declare attacker step, choose target player and any number of target attacking creatures that opponent controls. Those creatures are now attacking that player. This one's great. I am going to be playing this in mono blue Yorion, certainly. Or just like any blink kind of deck. Like just being able to, oh no, you're going that way is pretty exciting. Worth noting that it only says target player. So if they're attacking the planeswalker, you don't get to say like, no, kill their planeswalker instead. Pretty cool card. Resonance Technician. Hold on. Just gotta heat it up. Resonance Technician. 5 mana 4/4 flying weird detective. When Resonance Technician enters the battlefield, you may discard a card. If you do, investigate twice. And you can tap X untapped artifacts you control. Copy target instant or sorcery spell you control with mana value X. You may choose new targets. This card's a really cool commander card. Yeah, really cool. I like the overlap between the artifacts and casting instant sorceries. Means that your deck has to care about one thing, but also you need to do some other stuff to get it going. Yeah, cool commander card. Show heat. I don't know the rules about smoking or showing paraphernalia on camera. So I'm going to not do that. Just, for the sake of keeping the channel online. Excuse me. Yeah, this combos with dramatic reversal. Right? tap the clues, cast dramatic reversal, tap the clues, copy the dramatic reversal, untaps everything, tap the clues, etc., etc. Scuttling Sentinel, 1 and then 2 hybrid Simic for a 3/2 crab elf with flash and vigilance. When it ETBs, you put a 1/1 counter on another target creature you control. Until end of turn, that creature becomes a blue crab in addition to its other types and gains hexproof. This card's great. This one is a card that I've actually thought about for Highlander too. I think it's too low on the power level, but it's close. We were there like a couple of years ago. Because 3 mana 3/2 that protects another creature and buffs it is pretty nice. It's that 2 toughness. If it was a 3/3, then we'd be in business. But 2 toughness on this is just probably with no evasion. It's not doing enough, in my opinion. That said, I might play this if I ever run back like mono blue mid range in Highlander. That deck was a lot of fun. But yeah. Oh, this card rules. This is the best card name in a while. Sludge Titan. 4 and then 2 hybrid Golgari for a 6/6 zombie giant with trample. Whenever Sludge Titan enters the battlefield or attacks, you mill 5 cards. You may put a creature card and or a land card from among them into your hand. Sludge Titan. This card fucks. I am going to include this in my Tormod deck, the Tormod Piper deck. Yeah. You just get to self-mill and start pooping out cards from your hand, which this looks like it's a little dissonant, but it's pretty clever because you're filling up your graveyard. And then you can use, like the decks that tend to fill up their graveyard, you also tend to use recursion effects to bring the cards from your graveyard to your hand, or you tend to use a bunch of activated abilities to circumvent like normal costs. So like, ooh, and I bring this back from the graveyard, which means that you are likely to just get cards stuck in your hand because you're using your mana elsewhere. And this just lets you throw them into play. Very cool card. Maybe this is a card, I mean, when it ETBs, you can cheat. It's only cheating creatures from your hand to play. But, yeah, you know. Stampede Surfer. 3 and then 2 Gruul for a 4/4 human warrior with haste. Whenever Stampede Surfer attacks, for each opponent, you make a 2/2 green boar creature token that's tapped and attacking that opponent. This little piggy goes to war. Oh, that's cute. This card rules. Yeah, 5 mana 4/4 haste that just starts pooping out boars that are attacking your opponents. Love it. Very cool. Very into this card. Great name, great ability, great flavor text. Big fan. Pig fan, even. Sumala Rumblers. 2 and 2 hybrid Selesnya for a star 4. Sumala Rumblers' power is equal to the number of creatures you control, and it has Myriad. So the floor is that when this is attacking, it's a 4 mana 4/4. But we're playing Commander here. And so we're including a bunch of token generation and ways of making more creatures. And this is just hitting them for an absolute truck fuckload. Like this is... Thank God, much like the Loxodon, thank God they're vanilla creatures. Also, if we played the Clue board game, I don't actually know how it works. But I would like to play the Selesnya deck, I think. This deck looks great. Or the Gruul deck. Yeah. Very good. A Pigeon. Welcome back for the 22nd month. 2 and 2 hybrid, 22 months. Thank you for the support. Glad to have you. Good to see you. How you doing? How you been? Suppressor Skyguard. 2 white and a blue for a 2/4 human knight with flying. Whenever a player attacks you, if that player has another opponent who isn't being attacked, prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to you this combat. This card is unbelievable. It is so good. Oh, it's a Smash Bros reference. Surely. Attention brawlers. You're in violation of Senate Statute 2309.76-22. Halt your melee before you incur further charges. This is just Nintendo telling them, no, you're playing Ultimate now. Yeah, this card is so good. It is just... So, you have this card in play, and someone's like, I'm going to attack you, Ben. It's like, okay. Are you attacking every other player at the table? No? Then I'm not taking any damage. If they're attacking me, they gotta attack everyone. That rules. Big fan of this card. So this is one... I'm actually kind of curious as to how much money this card is. What is this card pre-ordering for? Is it pre-ordering? How much does Clue cost? Clue MTG. Am I just going to cash in some YJ credit for Clue? MTG, Clue, Ravnica. I don't even know what to search for this. Is this on pre-sale? $100? For a board game? You've got to be fucked. Oh, it comes with a full set of shocks? Oh, I don't want those. Just want the new cards. Syndicate Heavy. 2 and 2 Orzhov for a 4/4. Wait, it comes with a random shock? Just one. 2 and 2 Orzhov hybrid for a 4/4 giant rogue with extort. At the beginning of each end step, if you gain 4 or more life this turn, investigate. This is a slam dunk. Oh no, I can't because it's hybrid. I can cheat. I'll just play this in Death by 1,000 Cuts. Yeah, this card's pretty good. I mean, any extort is already kind of broken. Like, it's just such a good mechanic in Commander. And that's why the payoff seems so minimal. Is that the decks that can gain life normally gain 4 life quite a bit. The decks, but doing that with extort, even better. I put far too many creatures in your deck? What do you mean? No. Angel, I'm sorry. Look, I'm giving credit where credit is due. You're the originator. I drew quite a bit of inspiration from your list. But some of these cards, Angel. Some of these cards. And that list had the list I put together was on less cards than I wanted to because I didn't own I don't think I was on Creeping Bloodstalker because I don't own Creeping Bloodstalker. I'm on 12 creatures. I think your version was on 11 creatures. Hold on, I'm getting to the bottom of this. Oh, you're on 5 creatures. Hold on, I didn't steal shit. And I'm definitely not scrambling. Poison Belly Ogre is better? Poison Belly Ogre is great. It says lose 1 life. Used to be 0. Look, all I'm saying is you have Soren Markov who does 2 damage. Not really on theme, you know. if I gotta level with you. Never mind. Actually, you know what? Never mind. I'm not gonna. Hey, would you look at that? It's Tribute of Rot. I just think he's pretty. Well, you know, that's hard to argue. 1 and then 2 hybrid Golgari for a 3/3 elf shaman. Whenever Tribune of Rot attacks, you mill 2 cards. And for each creature card milled this way, you make a 1/1. This card gets out of hand pretty quickly. It's pretty cool. A little slow for Highlander, but I think this card is pretty strong for Commander. Like this it's so easy to just dump your, play. Like if I'm playing like an Omori self-mill deck, this card is great. It's right in there. You have a great 0 creature deck for me to look at sometime. I feel like this is a setup. Is this a setup? Yeah, it's only milled this way, but Undercover Butler. 2 and a hybrid Dimir for a 2/3 human rogue. Whenever Undercover Butler attacks, the player with the most life or tied for the most life can't be blocked this turn. This card's bad. Unruly Krasis. Now we're talking. 1 green and a blue for a Shark Octopus Lizard. It's a 4/4 trample. Whenever Unruly Octopus or Unruly Krasis attacks, you may have the base power and toughness of another target creature you control become XX until end of turn where X is its power. Adapt 3? Holy shit. How did I not know about this card? 1 second. This is a 3 mana 4/4 trampler with an additional ability that is an upside that also synergizes with the type of cards you would include in Unruly Krasis, in a deck with Unruly Krasis, and it just has Adapt 3 for some reason. Cool. This card's very good. I'm gonna play this card in Highlander. Like I would play this card in like Bant Blade. Or just like Bant counters, right? Because like the fact that it has base power 4/4 means that your Luminarch Aspirant with 3 counters on it is now going to be attacking for 7. And that's pretty nice. The drawback is you need to buy a $100 board game. Or James's credit card needs to buy a $100 board game. What the fuck, Pywo? Hey, wait a minute. This has a creature. I'm going to share this with the chat. It's called Hey, I'm Walking Here. Jeru Mono White Super Friends. I guess the deck, there's no creatures in the deck. And just a bunch of Wrath of Gods. You're an absolute monster. What the hell? Actually, and 35 basic planes. What the fuck is this? Oh, this is pretty good though. This feels like the kind of deck that I built back in the day when judges were like, you should play Commander with us or play EDH with us. I'm like, I don't really want to. Not my thing. I prefer 1v1 or Judge's Tower if it's multiplayer. Vernal Sovereign. 4 green and a white for a 4/4 elemental elk. When Vernal Sovereign enters the battlefield or attacks, you create a green and white elemental token with this creature's power and toughness are each equal to the number of creatures you control. Oh. Hey, did you know that this was supposed to be the artwork for Voice of Resurgence, but they switched it? Actually, I need to double check. There's... Oh, you know what you're missing? Pyro, you're missing a very key planeswalker for this deck. Actually, maybe you're missing 2. You're missing a Johnny Inspiring Leader? Hey, can I like look up magic cards? Oh, I can. A Johnny Inspiring Leader. How do I look up cards? I just want to look at a magic card. Yeah, you need some more pre-con commanders in here. Get this bad boy in here. 6 mana, exile their creature. Not bad. 6 mana Bassary's not doing anything. Where's the Elspeth? Oh, that requires you to have a creature in your deck. But that a Johnny. I don't even remember this card. What the fuck is this? Oh, this is from Commander Masters. Hey, remember Commander Masters? Can you believe Commander Masters came out 6 months ago? That is wild to me. August to September, August to September, September to October, October to November, November, December, December, January, January, February. 6 months. We're basically in February, and it was the beginning of August. So like previews stopped in end of January or end of fucking July. Oh, I took too many meds. Oh no. Yeah, it's like half a year. Doesn't sound right, does it? Truth be told, when I said it was half a year ago, I did so with the intention of lying and tricking people to think, like, I did so being like, haha, this was 3 months ago. Nope. It was a full year ago. All right, that's all the cards from Clue. But there are special guests. Right? There are special guests. Hello? What? Oh. Oh, because it's set to default frame. There's a new ghostly prison. Fabricate a show and tell. Okay. Tragic slip and victimize. Oh, I'm looking for, where do I find the like legends? Like the cards, where do I find the cards from Clue? There's a new field to that. That's kind of cool. Crashing Footfalls. Tireless Tracker. Wait, are these cards coming to Arena? Oh, I'd have to do Clue, but with the weird treatment, right? We're getting Ghostly Prison. We're getting Fabricate. Oh, wait, we're getting Show and Tell. No. Hold on. We have Show and Tell Omniscience and Gladiator now? And all the cards on the list are coming to... Wait, what? Crashing Footfalls is very funny. Drown the Locket. Field... They're adding Field of the Dead to it? How do I look at the list? Is it under here? The list is on a... Is there a separate web page for the list? Somebody find this for me, please. Can somebody grab this article for the list so I can look at the cards that we're getting for Gladiator? They're in the draft product. Holy shit. It's a game. That's a game changer. Thank you to all three of you. We're getting Copter. That's sick. Baleful Mastery. Wait, what? Are certain cards not being... So the Baleful Mastery slot... Oh, I see. The Baleful Mastery slot is swapped with Smuggler's Copter. That makes sense. Oh, they took Death Cloud from us? Oh, why? Why? Why would they take Death Cloud from us? I want to Death Cloud people in the dirt. Fuck. All right. Ooh, enlisted worm? That's kind of funny. We already have Ghost Quarter. We have Goblin War Chief. They're bringing Ixidor. Oh, that's very funny. Oh, Kuldotha Rebirth. Okay, Kuldotha Rebirth is kind of interesting because now that means that you'll have Kuldotha Rebirth and Gleeful Demolition. That's kind of cool. Leonin Relic Order. This card rules. 2-mana 2/2. ETB, exile, an artifact, and enchant. I'm not going to read it. It's on the screen. These are also old cards. Molten Psyche. I knew about that one. I already have. Oh yeah. Unironically excited for this. Mistvale Plains. Hell yeah. Big White's eating good. Big White is eating good. That rules. Mystery Key. Ooh, Nyx Weaver. Nyx Weaver's great. Self-mill. I'll play Nyx Weaver and Dredge. Putrid Warrior is really funny. We already have Ranger Captain. Spell Snare? We're getting Spell Snare? Oh, Blue Mana's back on the menu. Oh my god. We're getting Spell Snare. Holy shit. All right. That's a really good magic card. Stromkirk Captain. I think we got that one already. We already got a World Spine Worm. Cool. Okay. We're getting a couple of cards that are pretty relevant here. Smuggler's Copter. Pretty good magic card. Obviously, Spell Snare, Leonin Relic Order. Neat. And if they keep doing this, then we're only going to get cooler cards. And this makes it easier for us to be like, hey, can you include this on the list so that we can get it on Arena? That's neat. All right. Apothecary White. 3 and a white for a 3/4 legendary cleric or legendary creature, human cleric with vigilance. And whenever you attack, you create a food token for each player being attacked. You pay X or pay a white tap X, untap foods, make X humans. Wait. Hold on. Okay. Never mind. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Cool card. Pretty cool card. Yeah, you just get to do that every turn. That's pretty good. Pretty all right. Interesting that they put Tilda Swinton on a magic card. And it wasn't even trying to play an Asian character. That's incredible. Senator Peacock. 3 blue for a 3/4 legendary creature, human advisor. Artifacts you control are clues in addition to their other types and have pay 2, sack this, draw a card. Ooh. Whenever you sack a clue, target creature can't be blocked this turn. Okay. That's not bad. Turning every artifact into a clue is pretty exciting. And then just getting a bunch of unblockable. Yeah, this is pretty neat. Lets you push through some damage with your Arcbound Ravager and all that. Cool. Mastermind Plum. Great name. 2 and a black for a 2/2 human wizard. Whenever Mastermind Plum attacks, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. If an artifact was exiled this way, you make a treasure. Whenever you cast a spell, if mana from a treasure was spent to cast it, you draw a card and lose 1 life. Ooh. Okay, this card just pops off, right? You put it in the 99, you just start churning through. Like black-red treasures. Yikes. Seems pretty good in Prosper, huh? Headliner Scarlet. 3 and a red for a 3/3 human warlock with haste. When it ETBs, creatures target player controls can't block this turn. At the beginning of your combat or your upkeep, exile the top card of your library face down. You may look at it and play this card this turn. This card's pretty good. This card's pretty strong. That's a very powerful ETB. Bam! You can't block. Vroom. Hit them hard. And then just getting to have an outpost siege. Yeah, not bad. Emissary Green. 4 and a green for a 3/3 human advisor. When it attacks, I keep expecting there to be ETB, and it's all on attacks. When it attacks, starting with you, each player votes for profit or security. You create a number of treasure tokens equal to twice the number of profit votes. And you put a number of 1/1 counters on each creature you control equal to the number of security votes. Whoa. Okay. Very, very neat. A 5 mana, and it's each creature, not each other. That's incredible. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Yeah, works for me. That's kind of fucked. And Commander Mustard. 3 red and a white for a 5/5 vigilance human soldier. Other soldiers you control have vigilance, trample, and haste. And pay 2 red and a white until end of turn. Soldiers you control gain whenever this creature attacks. It deals 1 damage to the defending player. This seems like a pretty good commander for a soldiers deck, where my soldiers are going to be killing my opponent. Cool. Very cool. This card is huge. Very large. Oh, and then there's a cycle of lands that need to be tapped. Tap 1 or 2 colors and pay 4 tap to investigate. Actually not bad in 2-color commander decks. They need to be tapped, but being able to turn your excess mana into additional clues. That's pretty strong. I think these lands are pretty good. And they have great names. Ballroom, billiard room, conservatory, dining room, hall, kitchen, library, lounge, secret passage. Cool. Okay. We did it. We finally did it. And all it took was 5.5 hours for today's stream. But we got through all of the cards in Ravnica, or Murders at Karlov Manor, and additional. My voice is screwed, which is pretty good, because I have to go and participate in the Murders at Karlov Manor. Oh, I almost did it. Murders at Karlov Manor PPR, the pre-release. It's tomorrow. Let me just get this up on the screen here. Let me just bam. Tomorrow, 10 a.m. Ooh, that our PPR command is for Wilds of Eldraine. Murders at Karlov Manor PPR. Yeah, tune in. 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. All of us are playing. It will be great. Ensreg the Quake Mole. 2 red and a green for an 8/4 legendary mole god. When it becomes blocked, you get to untap all other creatures you control, and you get an additional combat step after this. And then you can pay a shitload of mana to do something else. I forget what it is. I don't know. I got paid to not talk about it. All right, I'm calling it there. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Card Kingdom sponsored the channel. Mana Trader sponsored the channel. Watch the PPR tomorrow. Subscribe to the YouTube because all the VODs go there. And because Twitch continues to fuck over Twitch continues to fuck over streamers, and while YouTube's no peach, the views really count. Also go watch By Law and Order 2. The first episode came out. It's up on YouTube. It's great. Dungeons and Dragons is very fun. Let me drop the kids off somewhere. And I'm obviously not going to be streaming tomorrow because, you know. Wait, why are they playing Magic the Gathering? It's 5 o'clock. Is there a special Lure MTG today? The set's not out on Arena, right? Oh, I just haven't updated anything. All right, well, hey, looks like Chase is playing some Commander, so go watch this and have a fun time and enjoy the chaos, and I'll see y'all tomorrow for the PPR. Okay, bye. Have a good one. Love you.